And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Yes, indeed. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there with me. This session, our comments is, and your company required. That thing that goes on round about this time, going on exactly at this time. So if you are available, avail yourself of the goings on around here. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 holy. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is. So, wow, ding dong. They say 24 hours is a long time in politics. 24 hours is a long time in politics. And there is nothing that exemplifies that more than this first headline that I am going to bring you. And bear in mind, this is the second show of today. So this wasn't even something that was in the ethers just a few hours ago when we had the earlier short session. 24 hours is a long time in politics. As guys, I bring you this. Why I quit PDP presidential primary. Who is saying that? Peter Obi, the lead candidate within that party, the one that seems to command the most popular the most popular desire, let's put it that way, the one that seems to command the most popularity amongst the populace, especially amongst the young demography who constitute a good 70% of the Nigerian space. So almost a guarantee, so somewhat, that if this guy gets that ticket, that party comes back into power. We've seen somebody from the north, a soldier from the north, hard-boiled Hausa Fulani guy, resign his job to campaign for this guy. So you think all the elements are coming together for the country now to evolve from what we are to what we should be. But then this, why I quit PDP presidential primary, Peter Obi. So there it is right there, a bombshell. We were expecting fireworks in the elections, and it looks as though the opening salvo in the big moves and the big epic, seismic events, that opening salvo being fired now by Peter Obi. So still within the Peter Obi space, Peter Obi's name will be on the ballot in 2023. So it is his lead campaigner, Donye Okukwe, that is saying this. So Peter Obi has left the PDP, but his team are telling us that his name will be on the ballot in 2023. That can only mean one thing, which is something that we've discussed previously on this platform, that he's going to another political space to park his popularity there and test that popularity on the ballot. Peter Obi's name will be on the ballot in 2023. His lead spokesperson, campaigner, not Peter Obi, but his lead campaigner, Donye Okukwe. So still with the Peter Obi space, presidential aspirant Peter Obi dumps opposition party PDP for Labour Party. So Labour Party seems to be where they're suggesting he's parking his popularity. But is it? Because we're still with Peter Obi. 2023 campaign poster of Peter Obi as president, Kwakwanso as running mate, emerged. So NNPP seems to be now one of the suitors courting the popularity now of this widely admired Eastern politician. So, but they are right to court his popularity. This next headline, we move with him. Peter Okoye reacts as Peter Obi dumps PDP. So we move with him. Is what one of his lead supporters are telling us, and that is why he being Peter Obi, being so courted just aggressively, let me put it that way, with so much finesse, a better way to put it. So being courted with so much finesse by other parties now. The only party that cannot court him is the APC, because that space is still saturated. But ideally, they will court him if the opportunity presents. We move with him. Peter Okoye reacts as Peter Obi dumps PDP. So all of that in play, the real bombshell of the day, of course. So the bombshell of the day, so it makes now this headline redundant. So I don't really know if we should be treating this headline, because this was a headline that was set up before that story broke. How ATIKU, SARAKI, Obi, WIKE will share PDP delegates' votes. So this is somewhat now redundant, so we may well just park that to one side. Events have since superseded that headline. But events have not certainly superseded this next headline. This is very much still in play, and threateningly so. This very much still threateningly in play. IPOB reacts to Northern Group's threat, says don't start war that won't end. So that tit for tat is something that we, with a sense of foreboding, anticipate within that space of that Harira, Fulani lady that was done away with her 4 children in Anambra State. So knowing the Nigerian landscape as we do, the anticipation is that there will be some sort of reprisal to that. But then if there's a reprisal to that in the north, then you don't expect the southeast to take that line down and then that tit for tat to be paid in human blood. IPOB reacts to northern groups' threats, says don't start war that won't end. So this is the so I'll abandon this headline as well because this speaks to the Peter Obi crossing over. The next one, that's not the one I just read out, but the one I was about to read. So I'll go into this one instead. Biafra agitation is about letting Igbo man become president in 2023. Dave Umahi, one of the lead voices within that space, he opens up now the underbelly of that agitation, which a lot of people suspected was a political move. He gives us the affirmation now. Biafra agitation is about letting Igbo man become president in 2023. Headline attributed to one of the lead Eagles, Dave Umahi. So from Dave Umahi, okay, so it's still a lot of Peter Obi pulls out. So let's leave that one as well. Let's go to this one. Stella Odua did not complete NYSC, may be disqualified by PDP. So this is a story, of course, that was vacated by Kemi something or the other. I can't quite remember her name. Kemi Adeosun, yes, the erstwhile Minister of Finance within the Nigerian state that got she got enmeshed within NYSC certificate scandal to the point that led to her losing her position as a minister. So that space in play again, but how would this play out? Senator Stella Odua did not complete NYSC, may be disqualified by PDP. So quite what plays out there, we keep a close eye on. So a rich and involved menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy. The usual accoutrements, click on the like button, please, because that helps us with the YouTube algorithm. So click on like and then click on the subscribe button as well for the same reason. That helps with the YouTube algorithm. So the next click, so the click on like and subscribe, they are obligatory clicks. You must click on those for reasons of helping to propel the channel. But the next click that is optional is on this hyperlink that I'm now posting in the comment section. So this hyperlink that I am posting in the comment section, you click on that at your discretion. If you click on that, then you will be brought into a studio space where you'll be held in abeyance until I finish reading out the talking points. Then I'll let you onto the screen and we have a conversation around the talking points. So the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your invitation to come and join me on the screen so that you can click at your discretion. But the like and subscribe button, they are mandatory clicks. So you must click that to just help propel the channel. As we said about the clicking, let me provide you with a little bit of liquid nourishment, your calabash to the ready as we join the K-Guides.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido, oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. ṣe o.
And then you heard it right there. Akuko orun meiko iku kuniriwa gbeshe. May death have nothing to do with us. Powerful, potent prayer by the Kegites. Iku kuniriwa gbeshe. As guys, I bring you this. Why I quit PDP presidential primary, Peter Obi. Former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, has explained that recent developments within the People Democratic Party were responsible for his resignation from the opposition party and withdrawal from its presidential primary slated for the end of May. Obi was one of the 15 PDP presidential aspirants cleared by the Senator David Mark-led presidential screening committee last month. However, the ex-governor, in a statement addressed to the PDP national chairman, Iyorchia Ayu, explained that the recent developments won't make it possible for him to make constructive contributions. The letter was titled Resignation from People Democratic Party PDP and Withdrawal from the Presidential Contest. Obi said, I am writing to intimate you of my resignation from the People Democratic Party, the People's Democratic Party, which was conveyed to the chairman of Agulu Ward 2, Anocha local government area, Anambra, effective Friday, the 20th May 2022. Consequently, I am by this letter informing you of my withdrawal from the PDP presidential primaries. It has been a great honor to contribute to nation-building efforts through our party. Unfortunately, recent developments within our party make it practically impossible to continue participating and making such constructive contributions. Our national challenges are deep-seated and require that we each make profound sacrifices towards rescuing our country. My commitment to rescuing Nigeria remains firm, even if the route may differ. Hold on. I wish to thank you personally for your graciousness and leadership. I wish you well and best of luck in the service of the country. Some groups had bought the 40 million naira PDP presidential nomination form for Obi last month. PDP presidential aspirants, including former Vice President ATIKU, two former Senate Presidents Bukola Saraki and Ayem Payosagim, Governor Aminu Tambuwal Sokoto State, Yemsin Wike River State, Bala Mohammed Bauchi, Emmanuel Udom, businessman Mohammed Hayatuddin, former Governor of Ekiti Ayo Fayose, Sam Ohunabanwa, and Dele Mamudu. The party had thrown its presidential ticket open of late, attracting rebuke from sociocultural organizations like the Ohaneze Indigbo, which maintained that political parties like the PDP and the All Progressive Congress should zone its ticket to the Southeast geopolitical zone. So there it is right there. So somewhat ambiguous, the reasons he's adducing that circumstances recently developing has made it imperative for him to leave the party and withdraw from the presidential race, at least the race to the presidential ticket of the PDP. So a race that stands a very good chance of actually winning because he commands a lot of popularity. But really, there's no depth to that reason that he gave. Recent developments within the PDP were responsible for his resignation. So what are those recent developments? I'm sure that would unfurl within just the shortest possible time. It cannot be just not zoning the ticket to the Southeast because they had not zoned it to the Southeast for a while now. And he had been just propelling non-stop with his campaign So he'd been campaigning for a good while since the jettison zoning. So why now? So still within the Peter Obi space, Peter Obi's name will be on the ballot in 2023. So he's our team speaking. A chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Donyo Okupe, has disclosed that the former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, will be on the ballot paper in the 2023 presidential election. Okupe made this known after submitting Obi's resignation letter to the national chairman of the PDP, Iyochia Ayu, at the party's national secretariat in Abuja on Wednesday. Speaking to reporters, the coordinator for the Peter Obi presidential campaign stated that the former governor is not desperate to be president, but he is desperate to cause a change. He said, "You will recall that consistently, former Governor Peter Obi has repeatedly stated he is not desperate to be president, but he is desperate to cause a change, to cause a redirection, to change the way the government of Nigeria is being run. And it is for this reason, and to offer a solution to the various problems of Nigeria, to change the way the government of Nigeria is being run, and it is for this reason, and to offer a solution to the various problems of Nigeria." It was for these reasons that he entered into the race. According to what he said in his letter, various developments in the PDP make it virtually impossible for him to find the full expression of his desire on the platform of the PDP. This is not to say that all hope is lost. I can say on his behalf that Nigerians must not give up. We must never give up. Hope is on its way and help is coming. All options are on the table, and by the grace of God, Obi's name will be on the ballot in 2023. So he leaves that space open, but then where does that space park? Breaking. Presidential aspirant Peter Obi dumps opposition party PDP for Labour Party. Peter Obi, former Anambra governor and one of the top People's Democratic Party PDP presidential aspirant, has dumped the party for the Labour Party. Obi announced his resignation in a letter addressed to the national chairman of the PDP. In the letter, the former Anambra governor gave different reasons for his withdrawal from the presidential race. Correspondents had earlier in the day reported that Obi was planning to dump the opposition party. PDP has fixed May the 28th and May the 29th for its presidential primaries. A source close to Obi said the former governor was leaving the PDP for the Labour Party. He is leaving for the Labour Party, the source had told correspondents. And earlier, as earlier reported by correspondents, the source had said Obi was under pressure to dump the PDP and pursue his presidential bid in another political party. The source added that though other aspirants from the Southeast had accepted to work for him, his chances of getting the ticket were low. The results of various primaries of the party conducted so far has shown those most of the delegates are loyal to, the source had said. So he, Obi, is under pressure to leave the PDP for the money bags. We are currently looking to find another party to accept him. Don't be surprised that Obi will be the third force Nigerians have been waiting for. So that's not so categorical that he is actually looking to join the Labour Party. But the speculations are rife. So I'm going to about which party he will go to. So I'm going to share the screen for this next one because the screen is part of the narrative for this next one. So let me share the screen for this next one so that you can see, because there's a poster on this one that is really relevant to the story. So campaign posters of Peter Obi as president, Kwakwanso as running mate emerged. So there is the campaign poster right there. the dream team, as they will call themselves, for Equity and Fairness 2023. So you see Peter Obi and you see Kwakwanso just lurking in the background. Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso for Vice President, Peter Obi for President. So there it is. You saw the poster, a presidential campaign poster of former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi have a presidential campaign poster of former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi has surfaced. The poster depicts Obi running for president, while former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwakwanso is his running mate. The poster is titled For Equity and Fairness 2023. Obi may be running under the platform of the new Nigeria People's Party NNPP, where Kwakwanso belongs. Recall that Obi had officially resigned his membership of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. The former PDP presidential aspirant, and all of a sudden that is his appellation now, the former PDP presidential aspirant said his decision was due to the recent developments within the opposition party. Obi said it was practically impossible to continue participating and making constructive contributions within the PDP. It is, however, unclear if Obi has officially joined NNPP. So everybody cutting Obi then, but you see the poster. So they've actually put out posters to romance him. So the financing of Obi now starts in earnest, but he has to make a decision quickly. TikTok, all names to be submitted by the 3rd of June, which is what? Less than 2 weeks' time to INEC. So still within the Peter Obi space, we move with him. Peter Okoye reacts as Peter Obi dumps PDP. We move with him. You know, that's their catchphrase in the Southeast. We move. They like to say that a lot. So they move with him. Popular Nigerian singer Peter Okoye, also known as Mr. P, has reacted to the defection of a 2023 presidential aspirant Peter Obi from the People's Democratic Party, PDP. So not quite a defection, but a resignation, because to defect will be to go to somewhere else. Recall Mr. Obi on Wednesday caused a stir in the political environment when he announced he has dumped the PDP ahead of the party's presidential primary election. The former Anambra State Governor was said to have tendered his resignation letter at the PDP National Secretariat through his campaign director, Doyin Okukwe. According to reports, Obi's exit came as the politician expressed fears he might be humiliated at the convention in Abuja. But reacting to the development, Mr. P said wherever Obi goes, they will follow him as they are supporting his personality, not his political platform. He wrote on Twitter, "Anywhere he goes, we move with him. No time. We are following him as an individual, not because of a party. We move." So yes, you see, that's their phrase in the East. We move, you know. So that's their phrase in the East. We move. So they move, but in which direction? IPOB reacts to Northern Group's threat, says don't start fight that won't end. Following the threat by the coalition of Northern Groups to retaliate against the alleged killing of their kinsman in the Southeast, the proscribed Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, has warned the group not to embark on a fight that would not end. The pro-Biafra group, who stated this on Wednesday, was reacting to the news reports that IPOB militant groups are behind the alleged killing of a Hausa woman who was with her children, said that embarking on killing any Igbo would lead to a never-ending fight. Correspondents learned that the Northern Group, through its spokesperson, Abdulaziz Suleiman, had threatened to react to the unwarranted violation and provocation of the Southeast on their people in the region. According to him, the North will no longer remain passive under such deliberate and sustained attacks on its people and interest, and will henceforth be forced to react to every provocation and unwarranted violation. The North is reticent in speaking out or taking action. The North's reticence in speaking out or taking action is not born out of fear or ignorance of how to respond in kind or sorry, let me take that again. The North's reticence in speaking out or taking action is not born out of fear or ignorance of how to respond in kind, and those who tempt us should know that the North is no longer going to turn the other cheek. Reacting to the threat, IPOB Media and Publicity Secretary Imar Powerful said, "We have many things in our hands to respond to this group called CNG because they are a non-issue. We are expecting them to start killing in Nigeria and see our position." So that sounds almost like a threat, doesn't it? Reacting to the threat, IPOB Media and Publicity Secretary Imar Powerful said, "We have many things in our hands to respond to this group called CNG because they are a non-issue. We are expecting them to start killing in Nigeria and see our position. We remain peaceful in our pursuit for Biafra freedom, and if they could not call the criminals they brought in our land and thinking we can run for, I don't know how this reads. We remain peaceful in our pursuit for Biafra freedom, and if they could not call the criminals they brought in our land and thinking we can run for them, they are jokers. Let them start this fight and see what the end would look like. IPOB has nothing whatsoever to do with the death of a Hausa woman who was with her children on Sunday, and we strongly condemn the dastardly act by criminals sponsored by northern politicians. So there, can you see where this is going? Before they threaten us, they should first of all remove all those terrorists and bandits transferred into Obinzi barracks in Owerri, Imo State, where they operate from, and they were brought to kill and murder and blame it on peaceful IPOB and ESN. The ESN does not work like bandits and terrorists because we know what human blood represents. The killers of this woman and children were Fulani terrorists and jihadists. They transferred into military barracks and want soldiers to protect them. They are sharing them with ID cards to operate, and the work must ask. Sorry, this reads funny. I'm going to abandon this. Okay, it's not that much more, so I'm going to abandon it. They are sharing them with ID cards to operate, and the world must ask the military why they were giving these terrorist cards for identification. The army was giving them coverage. If these people kidnap, the military will provide them with a place they will keep their victims and bring someone who will receive ransom from the victims' relatives or family members. IPOB and ESN did not kill anybody, talk less of a Hausa woman with children. It is an abomination to kill women, children, school children, and pregnant women. We are not like them who pluck out babies from Igbo pregnant women in 1966 and 1970. The type of killing going on in our land now is the type Fulani terrorist kills and type of beheading. So this is how it's written, not me reading it badly. There is no iota of truth in what they are saying that IPOB hates Hausas living in our territory. What IPOB is after are Fulani terrorists masquerading as headsmen who are raping our mothers, wives, and sisters in our bushes and forests. So that sounds like somewhat fighting talk rather than talk to placate at the space. But the whole IPOB narrative really, is it just really about the Aso Rock seat? Biafra agitation is about letting Igbo man become president in 2023, Dave Umahi. Governor Dave Umahi of Ebonyi State says Nigeria needs a president from the Southeast geopolitical zone in 2023 to create wealth and correct injustices meted out, to Igbo people. IPOB has called for a secession of the region from Nigeria, but Mr. Umahi believes that the agitation for an independent state of Biafra will be over once an Igbo man becomes the president of Nigeria. Let me tell Nigerians that there is nothing to be afraid of in an Igbo man becoming president. We need to be wise and stand together, he said. We have property and investments everywhere. So when people tell you about Biafra, it is not about seceding at all. Mr. Umahi, a presidential aspirant of the All Progressive Congress, stated this when he addressed delegates of the party from the Southeast in Owerri on Tuesday. He was received by his counterpart in Imo State, Governor Hope Uzodinma, chairman of the party in the zone, and delegates. We want one Nigeria built on the platform of equity, fairness, and justice. The Igbo man will do better under a united Nigeria. We want to be fairly treated, declared Mr. Umahi. The presidential hopeful added that the 2023 general election will be a time for Nigerians to prove the no victory, no vanquish declaration that was made after the Civil War. He stressed the need for rotation between the North and South, saying that the body language of President Muhammad Buhari suggested that he wanted the presidency to go to the South, but worried that the South-South and Southwest aspirants would not make the chance of an Igbo presidency easy. My position is that our brothers from the South-South and Southwest should give us a chance on the platform upon which we demand that the presidency should come to the Southeast, said Mr. Umahi. The moment they do that in the spirit of oneness, you will see everything falling in place and it will be swift. But if the presidency is rotated between regions, according to Mr. Umahi, the Northeast and Southeast are the most marginalized regions in Nigeria. So the Northeast or the Southeast is what they are permutating to sort of divvy out the rest of the country or the rest of the South, or really Yoruba land. So that sounds like a gang up to me. So this now the last readout, and then we see who is in the room to take it on. Senator Stella Odua did not complete NYSC, may be disqualified by the PDP. Senator Stella Odua's bid to return to the Nigerian Senate through the People's Democratic Party PDP ticket may have suffered a setback. This is coming as the National Youth Service Corps says the lawmaker representing Anambra North Senatorial District did not complete the mandatory one-year NYSC program. The NYSC, in a letter marked blah, 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 by the Director General of the NYSC, which was signed on his behalf by the Director of Press and Public Relations, Eddie Megwa, said Odua commenced her NYSC program in 1982, but absconded. According to correspondents, the letter was in response to an inquiry by a group known as Concerned Anambra North PDP stakeholders. The group had, in a previous letter written to the NYSC, accused its officials of colluding with Odua to hide the truth. In its response, titled "Read Doubtful NYSC Participation Collusion of Some Unscrupulous Staff of NYSC Concerning Stella Adeze Odua Senator, Save the Image and Reputation of the Scheme," the NYSC denied colluding with Odua to hide the truth. The letter reads in part, "In response to your request, we wish to state that the facts of the matter remains as follows. Stella Adeze Odua was mobilized for national service in 1982/1983 service year and deployed to Lagos. After the orientation course, she absconded and never completed the national service. The consequence of this is that she's not qualified for the issuance of the Certificate of National Service. Section 2.1 of the NYSC Acts Section 2.1 of the NYSC Act makes it obligatory for every Nigerian who graduates to make himself available, or herself, that should say, should make himself or herself available for service for a continuous period of 1 year from the date specified in the call-up instrument served upon him. According to the NYSC Act, the 4 categories of individuals exempt from the national service are those who graduated above the age of 30, those who have served in the armed forces or the Nigerian police for a period of more than 9 months, those who served in intelligence organizations, and individuals who bagged national honors before graduation. It remains unclear how ODUAH's failure to complete her NYSC escaped the scrutiny of agencies like the Department of State Services, which usually vet ministerial nominees. In her Form CF001 forms submitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission in 2019, ODUAH claimed she completed her NYSC, but her certificate was missing along with other credentials. An affidavit she deposed to read in part, sometime in 2010, whilst in transit from Akili Izozo in Ogboru local government area of Abuja, I discovered that some of my personal belongings were missing. The missing documents are the original of my West African school certificate of 1978 from Zizon Secondary School, Azubulu, First Living School Certificate, Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration Certificate, National Youth Service Corps Certificate, National Identity Card, United States Social Security Card with its number in. ODUAH had served as Minister of Aviation before she was relieved of her duties by former President Goodluck Jonathan. Correspondents report that the group concerned Anambra North PDP stakeholders had petitioned the chairman of the PDP, Senator Iyochia Ayu. The group asked the PDP to disqualify ODUAH, who has been screened to contest in the primary. The group, in a letter dated April the 26th, 2022, attached all necessary evidence to the party. However, there has been no response. So there it is right there. Kemi Adeosun revisited. So that is Kemi Adeosun revisited. Obina, we see you. Solly, we see you. Charlie Boy, we see you. In CBD, we see you. Ego, we see you. X0, we see you. Sorry, can you mute yourself for everyone, especially X0? Can you see you? Sorry, can you mute yourself for everyone, especially X0? Okay, let's mute you. So please remain muted. So the Obola or Theobola, we see you. And Tony, we see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So a real big moment in time. This now just an it's just, I don't even know where to begin. But you, of course, a man of a more stable mind. Let me go to Obina. So Obina, are you ready? Because really, this is something I'd like to hear your views on.
Yes, I am.
What are you making of it? Of course, there's no other story. Peter Obi, the lead candidate in the PDP, abandons the party for destination unknown. What are you making of this, Obina?
Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening. Nice to be here. So, well, it was a shocking news today. I didn't see that coming, but I think it's expected based on the rules of the game and everything. So, why do I say rules? So, right now, we know the kind of politics that Obi plays. Obi is not into, as much as he has the cash, but he's not the one that will give anybody money to vote for him. So he already had seen what is going on in regards to like the direction people are going. Now, the issue is, I'm thinking that maybe with the calculation, he might not even see a path to becoming a VP as well, because he had in the course of his campaign, he purposely skipped doing it in Adamawa because in deference, that means in kind of like in respect to ATIKU. So if he didn't have, maybe if he doesn't have any future arrangement or plans with ATIKU, he won't do that, right? So I feel like maybe there are some calculations that has gone on, and that the way the thing is going, he might not even get the VP slot, maybe because of people like WIKE and so on and so forth. So, and then coupled with the fact that I think the Southeast is kind of being cheated in this situation per se, in quotes. Why do I say that? Because this is not even to the North, this is to the fellow Southern brothers. If they are shouting that it is zoning, and this is the time of the South to produce it's only expected that, okay, if it comes to the South, then it should be the Southeast, I believe. So why, so like I've said earlier on in this show, that if people coming out from the Southwest, people coming out from the South are coming out in full force, then they can as well just leave it open to the North, because there's no need shouting zoning. And then when it comes to the South, then the people that are not supposed to come out will come out. And those same people are shouting zoning. People like WIKE are shouting.
Obina, would you let's start from here. Would you describe what Peter Obi did today as cowardly or masterful?
No.
Is it cowardly or masterful?
No, I was getting there. So I was getting there. So all these issues, zoning or no zoning, it's Peter Obi is just representing the anger of the Southeast towards, even though Peter Obi will not come out and tell you about zoning. If you ask him what do you say about zoning, he will tell you when he's a Nigerian. The same thing with Anyem. But deep down in their heart, they feel cheated. And it's the reason people like Umahi ran away from the party long time ago, because he saw this kind of thing happening. And the problem is that if you have an association where every time you will come on a particular part of the association and say, help us get to this. And every time the PDP would win election, they will win, the stronghold would be in the Southeast, even when it's not a Southeast person running. Even Jonathan, you see that they even supported him more than his own kinsmen. So, but then when it now comes to the time when they have to work for that particular region or that area, then they'll start saying leave it open. You start hearing double talks, even amongst their own brothers.
But why now is the sorry, Obina? Why now is the question? Because the PDP had opened the ticket to all comers. They declared it open, not zoning, for about a week or two now. And that Peter Obi still went on relentlessly canvassing for delegates and canvassing for support. So now that we're just like about 3 days from decisions being made, he suddenly resigns. So why now? He cannot hinge it on the thing not being zoned to the Southeast, because it hadn't been zoned to the Southeast for so long. So why now?
So the thing is, so he's not hinging it. No, I'm just giving you a background
your speculation,
because all these things led to all what is going on. This is just a background. Peter Obi will never tell you that zoning is a problem, but we all know that part of it is they feel cheated. Now, Peter Obi has gone around campaigning, and as it gets closer to the election, he has probably seen that there's no way that there's still the delegates are all being bought with money, with dollars. And Peter Obi is not the person that will play that politics. So now, unlike before this new law, so I'm coming now to your question, why now? And is it cowardly? No, it's not cowardly. You know why? Because one is that the constitution, not the constitution, but the law now says you cannot be a candidate, not a candidate, but an aspirant maybe for a party, for a particular position, and be the aspirant for another party. So that means if he loses in PDP, he can't go to NNPP or SDP and run for the same position. So that's why you will notice that instead of his resignation, he purposely, indicated too that he's also withdrawing from contesting for the president on the platform of this party. You see that is there because that is purposely to make sure that no court would nullify if, let's say, he's elected on another platform and they go to court and say, oh, he was a candidate on two parties. This resignation would clear that case that he has resigned. He's not contesting president on the platform of the PDP anymore. So it will now be just one, whichever party he's going to. So that's the reason he has to go.
Okay, so let's speculate to that. Where do you think he's going to park his popularity? It's one of the most popular, in fact, he's the most popular politician in Nigeria now.
Yes,
pound. Everybody loves him. Everybody, and it cuts across tribe and religion. So that is a potency. So where is he going to park that?
And that's a very.
But they said it's in labor already.
Hold on.
And that's a very big blow for PDP. PDP doesn't know what they're doing. Reno Mokri released something saying PDP doesn't need Obi to win or something. I don't know if you saw that, where he said Peter Obi was not in PDP. PDP won this year. Then the two times that PDP lost was when Peter Obi was in PDP. What he has not failed to understand is that people make up the parties. Look at Action Congress of Nigeria. Then the time that Action Congress of Nigeria was formed and everything from AD, it was Tinubu that put everything together. Tinubu has always wanted to be president. Why didn't he contest for president? Rather, he put ATIKU there so that he would get national spread. The next time he didn't go, he put Ribado as the presidential candidate. So when you say, oh, they don't need this, well, no. If someone like Kwakwanso has changed the game, you saw what Oduzakalo said recently. Kwakwanso might not win a presidential election, but Kwakwanso has big hold in Kano State. We all know how the last Kano State election went. And this was Kwakwanso walking alone. There's Kwakwanso in Kano, there's a tripod, Kwakwanso, Shikarau, and the current governor. Kwakwanso alone was able to pull the weight that almost dislodged the current governor from office.
In fact, if we're being honest, sorry, Obina, if we're being honest, Kano actually belongs to Kwakwanso, and he won that election, as we all know.
He won it. I'm just using official this thing. We all know. In fact, we know who won the election last time.
Yes, of course.
The current people that are there, they know who won the election. But we don't want to do that one because they will say, oh, we're saying something. The PDP won the Kano election, and this was Kwakwanso walking alone. Now, Kwakwanso, something that has never happened before. Normally, when Kwakwanso enters a party, or if Shikarau enters a party, Kwakwanso leaves to the other party. Kwakwanso now got Shikarau. Shikarau is another person that is a tough force. Now, so with Kwakwanso and Shikarau in one party, it's finished. Now, the APC and PDP will kiss.
Yes, I agree. Sorry, Obina. Let me interject you a little bit. I agree in totality with what you just said there. Not even Mahmoud Yakubu can tell us that APC won Kano State with Shekarau and Kwakwanso opposing that. So yes, they've lost Kano.
Yes, they've lost Kano. This time, NNPP has collected Kano, and they will possibly collect Jigawa. So already, and that, if you notice, Tinubu did a last-minute effort to get Shikarau. He flew Shikarau in his plane to talk to Shikarau, but I'm glad Shikarau did not, even when they promised him Senate ticket and everything, he didn't fall to that. You know why? Because this is what they did to Shehu Sani, and they messed him up. So the best thing is, at the early time, cut your stuff and do what you have to do. So those guys, Kano, PDP and APC. Now, who among PDP and APC, who is in a more difficult situation? Who needs more vote? PDP. PDP couldn't do anything to keep Kwakwanso. They're just allowing WIKE to destroy the party. They couldn't do anything to keep Kwakwanso. They couldn't do. Look at the people living now. The Southeast, they begin to leave. So what is left? Because Southeast has been PDP's stronghold. And what people like WIKE them have been saying is that, oh, forget that thing about North. We need the North to win election. Okay, now that you say we don't need, it's not just the North, we need the South. But the South people, the Southerners or the Southeast are also living. So how are you going to win the election? PDP might not even come second this time with the way things are going. They won't even get second. So I don't understand.
Sorry, Obina, I think we are getting to a place where we might have an outright winner of that election. We're getting to, because they cannot give it to APC. Impossible. And with all of these factions, Shekarau moves Jigawa and Kano State out.
Yes.
Abga will be strong in the southeast. You know, so are we looking at a coalition government somewhat?
Yeah, but I don't know if it's I don't know if it's too late for a coalition, but it's possible. It's possible. You never know, because anything can happen.
The coalition government is at hand.
Coalition can happen, but my problem, the where I'm having reservation is that NNPP is still a northern arrangement first. It's still they still based in the north, Kano and Jigawa for now.
Because they are going to coalesce with Labour. Party. They are going to liaise with Labour Party.
Yeah. So the thing is, so what I think so what Kwankwaso is doing, Kwankwaso is looking around and looking at PDP and APC. Anybody he sees that they are cheating, he go and collect the person from there. That's what he's doing. So, and these people are popular people, because even Buhari has warned his fellow people that do not frustrate popular people from winning election, the primaries, because he knows what he's saying. You frustrate a popular person, the person, this guy, Otom was a PDP. Remember, he came to APC and won the election. They frustrated him in PDP. He went to APC, became their candidate, and won governor under APC. So you can't be, you know the person is popular. Someone like Abaribe now, it doesn't matter the party, even if they form the party today.
But he has dropped his ambitions.
Okay, because if he forms the party today, if they form the party, Abaribe will be able to win governorship in that party. It doesn't matter in Abia State. Now, that kind of person, you now go and cheat him out. It's a loss for you. So that's the problem.
Well, he has gone to Abia.
I don't know what's wrong with PDP and not you. We're not even saying go and collect new members. The one that you have, why are you allowing them to go? I don't understand what's wrong with them. Why are you allowing the ones you have to go? Because let's say did you see this coming? Did you see this Peter Obi move coming? No, I didn't even see it coming. Let's say APC at this point now, if APC plays a Jonathan card, they are going to win easily. It doesn't matter at this point. It doesn't matter who PDP picks, even if it's ATIKU, because PDP doesn't have the numbers anymore.
Talk us through that. Talk us through that. If they play, how do you see the Jonathan card?
Let's say they bring out their form that they force them to sign the withdrawal stuff. That means Jonathan consensus, because I heard they were working on giving him a waiver to contest. If he's the candidate of the party, before initially the PDP would have been a challenge, but number one, the achievement, whatever achievement PDP will sell, Jonathan is part of that achievement. So what is PDP actually going to sell to contest against Jonathan at that point? Number two, PDP now becoming more of a WIKE party, because it's now kind of a personalized party. I think the party has been weakened. You can't, even if, I think what the party needs to do is you need to create an environment for everybody to run election. Let them go to the convention and run. And when the result comes out, they know that they went through the right process and they didn't get it. Then you will see them come out and work for the party. But when you start cheating people and looking for ways, look at what is happening in Rivers State. You disqualify somebody because you don't like the person or something, or you declare the person wanted. Which power do you have to declare apart from the police? So you think by the time the court comes now, it might be the same thing they did to APC, because they might disqualify whatever process that bring up the governor, because it's already a faulty process. So you have to allow people to be free to contest the election. Let them go to the field. If they lose, they would be happy to support. But when you start cheating them before the election.
Obina, it'll be interesting to test this politics that Peter Obi is initiating into the space. And I'm really hopeful that he does get a decent party, or not just some obscure nonsense. So a decent party.
Yes,
so we want to test this. Sorry, Obina, let me present this to you. we want to test this, to test the popularity of this new politics that Peter Obi is innovating. He's bringing us a policy and agenda-led politics,
and people are buying into it. People are buying into it.
Devoid of money.
Yes.
And he is saying to the space that this is my plan for you to improve your life. I am not going to pay you to improve your life. So you make that decision if you want to improve your life, or take that 10,000 naira to eat for 1 week and suffer for the rest of your life.
Yes.
So let's put that. So I want him to have a platform for us to test that. If the
right now, I think
ready.
the platform that is more viable for him might be that NNPP. I don't know of SDP, but NNPP, at least NNPP, we're sure NNPP is going to pick up at least 2 states. At least I'm sure of Kano. Jigawa was once a creation of Kano State. Jigawa is most likely to go NNPP. Now, if you can do that, then talk to people like Mogalo. So start trying to form alliance, because now, at this point now, because Mogalo is, the reason he is where he is that he doesn't believe in joining them. That's PDP or APC. Okay, now you have Peter Obi is not in any of that party. So what is your excuse? So at this time, it will be easier.
Is Mogalo not too tainted, though? Is it not too tainted?
Well, it's not everybody is claiming sent, and they've not done one thing or the other.
All right, Obina, I think Exiro wants to interject. He wants to add on to what you're saying. Exiro, yeah, to you.
Please let me start by saying one we did the earlier session today, and we discussed this issue. I was expecting you to come back here and tell me I did well because I predicted Peter Obi leaving that party and teaming up with NNPP and Labour Party, and that's what's happening.
Yes,
we all predicted that.
No, you did. I thought it was in CBD, but it was you. Yeah, so
I said it's going to Labour Party.
We did the analysis first in this session.
They got the idea from us. So Peter, we have more ideas for you. Just you have my Instagram. Just DM me and I'll tell you how to win.
The labor movement in Nigeria is the only organization. Alexander Gomez said it. You know, the labor movement in Nigeria is the only organization that has an established structure nationwide. That's why they can organize and go on strike and do this and that. And under that labor movement, they are organizing the Labour Party. They are bringing back the Labour Party. Because you understand what Patutomi was saying.
But did the Labour Party merge with APC? I thought the Labour Party merged to form the APC.
No. They are bringing it back. Patutomi said that in a recent interview. So there is a third force that is coming forth. And NNPP is not going to be exempted. And all these other small parties, like regional parties, they are likely going to come under that force.
But with that third force being in play, will it be in play for 2023? Is it too late?
I think that's why they recruited. That's why Peter Obi finally left, because they've been lobbying him to come out.
Yeah. So what they need to do in order to succeed, they need the structures. And what do I mean by structures? Like people in office already. So maybe people that are not from a PDP that are occupying governorship positions and in APC. In order for APC to win, they need the new PDP. Those are governors from PDP that left to form the alliance. So they will need to do that. Come in, collect people, and maybe promise them ticket or something.
Yes.
For them to form that, yes, they need to do that, and maybe like-minded people. But if they do that, then they will be in. They will be in for it. But yes, Peter Obi is promoting a politics of no money, and that is the right thing to do. Because this thing of using dollars to buy, I was wondering how Peter Obi is going to survive in that. If he might have the money, but Peter Obi will not bring out his money for this kind of thing. Never.
All right, brilliant.
Yes.
So a real bombshell within the Nigerian political space. So Peter Obi, I mean, it's just but then of course, just to show you just what this means, Obina. This headline still within that space. We move with him, Peter Okoye. So Peter Okoye, a popular musician, as you know, he's telling the space then that look, it is not really about whichever party. It's about a belief in this guy and his message. So where he goes, we goes. we move, is what he says.
Yeah.
And that is a fanatical obsession that his followership have about him, Albina.
Yeah. So Peter Obi has succeeded in informing everybody about the current situation of Nigeria and how he can be the best suited to fix that problem. It's not that we didn't know the problem, but people didn't know the extent. And so what he has succeeded in selling himself, and he has gained the popularity of people, at least for the purpose of this fixing. At this time, it's a Peter Obi that we need. Someone like Peter Obi, when I say Peter Obi can also be a Mogalo, but people in that kind of thinking, that kind of thinking of not wasting money and, coming in and having a straight agenda. So I don't blame him saying that Peter Obi has become a force. Yes, it's possible for him not to win the primaries because the primaries is not decided by you and I. It's decided by some people who have access to certain individuals or who their conscience can be bought. So, I mean...
Would you say Peter Obi is the Showore for grown-ups, for serious people? Is it the Showore for grown-ups?
Well,
Showore, but with a brain, Showore, but with a brain. Eh?
Yes, Peter Obi is a very independent-minded person, and he is very strong-headed. He's stubborn like when I say stubborn in a good way, like when his mind is set on something, he will make you know, even if it affects him. As governor, he risked impeachment, of which he could have the court. If the court didn't bring him back, that's how he would have lost his seat. He risked that to make sure the right things were done. So he's that kind of person that this is it. This is what he believes in, and this is how we're going to do it. Even when they brought proposals for him to benefit from something, it's like, no. He's that kind of person. So he's not the one that is interested in your money. He's interested in fixing and getting things done properly. So yes, I would say that to some extent he's that stubborn person that doesn't want to hear anything other than let Nigeria be better. So
Bina, yeah. I have to confess that I've always been somewhat derisory in my commentaries about Peter Obi, somewhat dismissive of him. I did not think he had the testicular fortitude, which is to say the balls. But, I did not think that he had it in him. I thought he was a lightweight, but he continues to confound.
No, that guy was stubborn in Anambra State. Yeah. He will tell you now that with PDP everywhere, he was, PDP was controlling the House of Assembly, everything. Yet he did not budge. They asked bring money, he refused. When he became governor, that time PDP was in total control of every structure. He was the only one that was outside. But Peter Obi did what he did with opposition and transformed Anambra State and like got everybody to now sow into his vision, So he's that kind of person. He's not a lightweight. It's easy maybe for you to think so because he's just gentle. He's a gentleman. It's not. You don't have to talk like WIKE for people to believe, to know. In fact, between him, he's the real man. He's a real person. He's the real one. He's a gentleman. He knows how to do the right thing. But in a gentlemanly, you will see he talk. He said there was one time he said his wife came back and when he was governor, told him that some people are not happy with him or that he's not, doing this, he's not doing that. He said it's not his business to make them happy. It's the business of comedians to make people happy. His business is to make sure that other people, you see, he's saying that with his light voice, but that's throwing a bomb. He's telling you that, look, this is what I was elected to do. I wasn't elected to make you happy. I was elected to be a custodian of the state money and make lives better for the people of Anambra State. So he's not a lightweight at all, and he has succeeded in selling his vision.
It's certain that Peter Obi is going to dominate the political headlines in just this window of because we have 3-4 days to all the party primaries. So this seismic move that he has made to leave the PDP, so that's going to dominate the headlines for at least today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
But then the party that he goes to, that will retain him in the headlines for another 2-3 days. So it's going to dominate the political headlines.
Right
unless
now,
a bigger event happens.
right now, whoever gets the ticket of the PDP, the ticket of PDP will no longer be that useful. I don't see PDP going anywhere with the. You've allowed the Northerners to leave, you allow Southerners to leave. So PDP, amongst all the parties, PDP used to be the national party. ACN, like AD, started with the Southwest. ANPP was with the North. PDP was the one that had the national spread. But now that party has been reduced to just one or two people making the decisions. So right now, it's going to be difficult. It's the whole what would I put it? The whole publicity will be at Peter Obi's end, and this man will be smart. Kwakwanso will be smart to get him on his side, because if you know. But I don't know. I don't know if Kwakwanso is interested in being vice. Kwakwanso himself wants to run for president.
Yeah, but political expediency now, because he knows that Peter Obi carries the space at the moment nationally, and he knows that he's only a Kano man. So if it is political expediency now, Peter Obi is twice his name, so he has to give up the space. So he will take the vice president in order to build his own profile of nationality.
Well, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. After all, the same thing, Tinubu formed the party, but he didn't become the presidential candidate. He kept on pushing people until it was politically convenient for him.
Yeah.
So,
all right, thank you, Obina. So a real event, but a quick call to the listeners. We have well in excess of 400 people watching us. So thank you all. If you're new to the platform, we do this every day, 9:35 UK time. You can set your watch by it. We are trying to push to get a minimum of 100 likes on this stream. So if you take us very quickly to 100 likes, then I'll shut my mouth about it and focus just on the conversation. So do that. Get us quickly to 100 likes. We've set that as a minimum bar for our streams, which we do every day. We do it twice a day, in fact, but every single day we're here. 9:35 p.m. UK time. Set your watch by it. All conversations Nigeria related. So Obina, I want to go on to Tio Bala. So I'll go on to Tio Bala, but before I go on to Tio Bala, let me. But stay with us. You are still in the loop of the conversations. Okay. So, but before I go on to Tio Bala, let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat. So he speaks to the Peter Obi space via super chat. He says Obi is a quintessential Igbo man. Stubborn, resolute, and single-minded. So characteristics, of course, that are maybe not unique, but certainly peculiar to the eastern quarters of Nigeria. Obi is a quintessential Igbo man, stubborn, resolute, and single-minded. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. That is Alexander's assessment of Peter Obi. So to you then, is it Teobala? So correct me on how I'm pronouncing that name.
Yeah, good.
And take us quickly then to this now seismic event that has seized the political headline. Peter Obi moves, but do you move it in, Teobala?
Okay, good evening, everyone from New Jersey. First of all, I want to thank Obina for in-depth analysis that he has made already. It's a very, very good and commendable one. Especially the aspect he talked about the Obi resigning before this primary. Otherwise, it would be a big blow for him. And I also want to really thank Obi for what he has done so far, because using the PDP platform to say his own candidacy. Otherwise, it would be possible for him to do that in other area. He was able to use PDP platform to visit all the states to be able to let the world know what is made up of. I'm so happy that he actually made this move for leaving the People Democratic Party. If you watch one of the interview granted recently, he said something that the way people are spending dollars in a country that is not using as a dollar, which is not their major currency, that is not welcoming. That if any government, he become president, any government found doing the government official found doing that, you arrest such person. So with such statement, he was bold enough to make such a very valid point. So coming back to this issue of dumping PDP, is a very smart move. I must commend his own effort. I think it's a very good one.
And where do you anticipate him going to? Where would you like to see him? Would you still like to see him on the presidential ballot one, and under which party, Teobala?
Fine. Certainly, like one of the interview granted by one of the campaign director, that man from Ogun State.
Donyo Okokwe.
He says certainly Peter Obi will certainly be on the ballot, which I'm so happy about. I don't care any party he moved to, whether being NNPP, Labour, it doesn't matter. But what we are facing right now in the country, or what they are facing over there, is something that we cannot really condone anymore. This is no longer money politics anymore. We don't need that. At least anywhere is going to, whether being Labour or anyone, certainly is going to be on the ballot. Certainly. Otherwise, he would have resigned this time. He's going to be on the ballot. And we move within according to Peter
Okoye, yes.
Yeah.
So a real event within the Nigerian space. So thank you to Teobala. I want to sample as much opinion as I can on this space because really this is the only real story. We have plenty of other stories to talk about, but I think this is really what has gripped people the most. And nobody more gripped than Exiro, who is coming here in a victorious manner, preening and peacocking to tell us, I told you so. So I told you so, you told us so. Exiro, your thoughts. Peter Obi acts as you anticipated.
Yes, finally, I think you are coming to reckon with me now. I think you should be giving me my accolades. Yeah. I'm coming in high spirits. But I'm very, very happy that you had that morning session. And I almost missed the morning session. But I said, let me enter because there are very few people. And along the line, the issue came up. So I told you, I said, Peter Obi is teaming up with NNPP and most especially the Labour Party. Guys, you should also try to relate what other big wigs in the country, especially the technocrats, are doing at the moment. Pat Utomi is sitting at the top of a current coalition of parties. They call them the third, some call them the third force, some say, no, they are not the third force, they are the second force because PDP and APC are practically the same bunch, He made some statements in an interview he did with Arise. He said they are currently, talking to different parties. In fact, he mentioned about 9 parties are willing to be infused, while some other parties would rather have an alliance. So when he made this statement, I figured it out that, okay, that means there might be more than what we are currently seeing. Some parties would like to retain their DNA, but just form an alliance, which gives them also their 100% capacity and powers to operate in any areas they win elections, but also gives them the opportunity to add more force to the new third force. Labour Party was prompted up because Labour has more of the DNA of what the third force is all about, because they were planning on, increasing the productivity of the country, which means we have to be a producing nation instead of a rent-seeking, nation. And which other party covers that area more than Labour? If you follow the messages of Peter Obi, then you will now understand. He was talking about capacity building. He was talking about production, and then which sector of the economy will buy into that. It's Labour, of course. It's definitely Labour. So I see a Labour Party NNPP coalition, and then ABGA will fall in line. And even all these other people that are coming up here and there, maybe the PDP, they might even junket their whole idea and say it's not worth it. Let us do what is necessary for this country to grow. This country has fallen apart. It requires a surgeon to stitch it together. Who else is preaching that ideology? It's Peter Obi. He's the only one preaching that. Every other person is trying to bribe his way to the top. And the person I pity, I just feel sorry for, is WIKE. He's the richest man now. He's pumping reverse money just like his predecessor did. Pumping reverse money everywhere. But at the end of the day, what if he eventually picks his PDP ticket? Where are the voters? It's just known in River State.
All right, but let's stay within the Peter Obi space. But before I carry on, so I'm pushing for 100 likes. Thank you very much, everybody, for responding. I think we're about 5 likes from that 100. So push us over that 100, and I'll shut up about it. But you can carry on liking. But just give me the 100. I'll shut up. Then you can like at your discretion. But let's infuse some realism into this conversation. X0, I don't think any of us is in conversation to suggest that Peter Obi is going to be the next president of Nigeria in 2023. I don't think anybody is carried away enough to think that. But what will his popularity, what will his votes tell us about the where Nigeria is, the mood and mindset of the people? Because he essentially, because what Donyo Okukwe is telling us is that Peter Obi is not after the presidency at all cost, but is after, more importantly, a redirecting of the Nigerian political trajectory, which is headed for an iceberg. So he's now wanting to repoint the country, and is going to test that via another platform. So we will watch then with a keen interest just how he's able to command that space, which will then tell us if there's a paradigm, if there's a shift in the paradigm of the Nigerian political mindset. So he's not going to be president. Am I okay to say that? But then to test just his theory in the field, X0.
You know, woman, Nigeria can be a very unpredictable space. You know, when Buhari won that election, we never thought he was going to win.
Come on now. Are you suggesting that he's going to be the next president?
No. It's not in the character of Nigeria. It's not in the character of Nigeria that an incumbent loses an election. That was one thing that just happened out of the blue. So don't give doubt space in this current situation we are having. Nigeria has reached a tipping point where the North is in crisis, the Southeast is in crisis, the South-South has always been in crisis, the Southwest is about to tear apart now. So right now, I think it's that point of climax. It's either we go up or it is total cataclysm for the country. Peter Obi has all the ingredients and the stars are gelling for him.
What are we looking to see with the Peter Obi narrative? When the results are counted in February 2023, what are you going to classify as a success for Peter Obi?
Well, I would say in essence, what you're asking me if he doesn't win, because the whole space open. So what is your measure for success of the Peter Obi narrative? And I'll take you that question and do it a round robin, because I think it's a very important question, but you lead on it. So what the whole space open from victory to a total disaster, but what will you categorize as a success for Peter Obi? So have your ideal, have your acceptable, and then have your unacceptable. So what ideally would you like to see? What would you find acceptable to class as a real, still strong success? And what would you think would be unacceptable when the results come in February 2023 and the name Peter Obi pops up? So what's success for you regarding Peter Obi? To you first, X0, and then I'll take it round. Success for me would be that there will be stoppage to the current cancer.
No, not that. I'm just talking about the results for him. His results.
His results.
Yes, his results. What results for Peter Obi?
It is not rigged. I think Peter Obi will cost to become the president. I think
right.
Isn't it? If it is not rigged.
Oh, okay. If he doesn't become president, what else would you consider as success for him?
APC will lose so many states. That is why. That's basically what's going to happen. They will lose so many states. Because the 1 million man march that happened, I told you it was a gradual process. there will be another 1 million man march with more people, and there will be another one with more people. Before the election time, you see the difference.
All right. Let me put that question to Obina. I'm not quite sure if you attacked it in the way that I was anticipating, but let's see how Obina attacks the question. Obina, hopefully you are still there. So I'm saying when the results are counted in February 2023, what would be success for Peter Obi for you? So what would you see as the ideal success for him? What would you find acceptable for him? And what would you consider to be a fail for him? So the ideal is still strong success or a fail. So just give us, but it's a round robin, so just a snapshot answer to that, and then everybody gets to answer. So Obina.
Yeah. So well, a success for him, of course, would be him winning the election. If they are going to conduct, if election is going to be free and fair, he will have a good shot, no matter the party he joins. Now, but if he doesn't win, but he's able to garner as much states as possible, because of course the federating units makes up the federation, because of course the maybe the party should be that he will be in will be built around his ideology. So if they're able to get that across, to the extent where the most likely, I mean, they will be able to grab as much data as possible, then that will be a win. Also, too, there are also possibilities that they could also link up with any of these two big parties. You never know. And there's either PDP or APC as well. So, but then what part will he play in the government? So even if he doesn't win, but if the result would tell us if he was close to winning, then he's closer to occupying, and it means that maybe in the next election cycle he most likely will. But a fail will be if, of course, it turns out like the same results we had with Shaware and Mogalo the last time. So that would be a big fail there. But because it's one thing for people to say something and nothing to come out and actually vote.
All right, thank you, Obina. Sorry, did you want to? Yeah, go on. All right, thank you, Obina. So I'll come to you, Solly. But before I come to you, Solly, let me also address that question that I've put out, because people say I don't even give my own views on. So for me, what would be successful? Of course, was for him. It would be for him to February 2023. I think March is really the date. Stroll into Aso Rock space villa with everybody saluting, and then he goes to the foremost seat and sits on that throne. So that's success. But what would be acceptable for me, for Peter Obi, is if he's able to control 20% via this movement of the political space. What would be somewhat of a failure for the Peter Obi narrative that has gathered real strong momentum and is now mushrooming and even exploding into a real, it's a real zeitgeist to what we're seeing. It's a spirit of the now. So all of the spirit of the now that is enraptured in that Peter Obi narrative, if that scores less than 5% of the popular vote, then that would be a failure for me. So to that space, Solly, what would you categorize as a success for Peter Obi? What would you find acceptable, and what would you consider to be a fail? So that space, Solly.
Well, this morning we were contemplating on what was going to happen, and I asked, why do you think Peter Obi is not going to get that ticket? And you explained, So we already had an idea that, okay, he was not going to win that ticket. Now him just cutting out at the last minute was what I did not expect, It's a smart move though, but is it going to have enough backing? At the end of the day, let's not forget, Nigerians vote party. Nigerians vote party. They vote what is most popular and what is you can't just remove that part. Nigerians vote money. You can't just remove that part. And it's very, how do I put it? Like all these Disney movies. It's very good to have all these kind of things happening, but in reality, are Nigerians going to vote for somebody that is not promising them money now? we've had disappointments before, like Sowore. But I know that you get more votes than Sowore. But he has to conquer the space. You know, him leaving PDP is a gigantic gamble. Gigantic gamble. You know, it was probably 50-50, and he just said, you know what, it's better to go with the one I can control. You know, so that's just what it is. For me, what is acceptable and what seems like a win is, you know, he gets to the final stage where he's competing, at least competing with APC's champion representative. That's what I want to see. You know, final battle like that. Let it be like 50-50. Let it be like APC, PDP, and his party. You know, not any other person. You know, I don't know if he might win. I don't want to say that, but I want to see him get to that level. That's when I'll take him serious with this move.
All right, so you are not swept up with the whole,
Not
you know, so a bit of cynicism from, or is it cynicism or an infusion of realism? So
It's
that's
realism, one man. Oh,
yes.
It's realism. You know,
So
it's
so
like,
we are getting too carried away, is what you are saying. Yeah.
well, because we are trying, we are forgetting about the people that will collect their 5K, and you know, will not care about all this. Your changing Nigeria and all this. Young, changing Nigeria. He just wants to collect his money and go and do his own thing. Fresh are you know. So you know, these people are not going to change. They are the ones
Mama.
that vote.
One more, can I ask? I want to ask Solid question.
Okay, go on.
Okay.
Solid, did you observe Edo State election?
No, not really.
Okay, you try observe, reflect your mind back there. Then you see, ask question about what happened.
Yeah,
Okay,
go
but
on.
my point
Hold
is-
on. Make the point, Teobala, since you want to make the point that you want to make.
Okay, regarding he was talking about people, Nigerian people collecting money. Don't see, Nigerian people are wiser. I left Nigeria last year, August. You know, I know what is on ground. In Edo State election, during Obaseki and Izeyamu election, during primary, after the primary, where they were doing their party campaign, when you see the crowd that Izeyamu was gathering in all these locations, you'll be scared that Obaseki will lose the election. When you see the crowd that Obaseki was even gathering, you feel that Izeyamu is going to lose the election. A data that was momentum everywhere, everybody. But on a public opinion, everybody on the streets want Obaseki. Just the same way the public opinion is favoring
Peter Obi.
Peter Obi. Now, I was on the feed. I voted at S&T Barrack. I was on the feed. At least not tell me and tell you or something. Agents, they come with a huge amount of money. When I mean money, they were sharing it. Some, as in, people were collecting 10,000, 20,000, 5,000. They were going. After collecting the money, they will go and vote. I call and make a call down to Silverbird, telling them that they have lost PDP. See what is going on here. Oh. I call my friend that Obaseki have lost this election. One man, when they were counting PDP, Obaseki will be rating 200. Izeyamu will be rating maybe 10. People, the guy, one of the agent that was sharing money, because I waited till the last moment. The agent that was sharing money, they not say, do you mean this people collect money from me? I did not vote for me. Vote for Izeyamu. And they brought money, even from Bullion Van. Money came from different angle. So God who made me, even Izeyamu lost his own word rather than his own local government. Nigeria.
You see, the Edo State election was something unique and peculiar because the Tinubu interfered with that Edo State, and they wanted to send them a message that do not come here. So it was really that Tinubu. You remember, he was sitting in his garden and instructing the people of Edo State how to vote. That rankled the space, and they wanted to flog him, and also they wanted to flog Oshiomhole as well for what he did. You know, so it was more a flogging vote that happened in Edo State rather than the popularity of what's it called, Obaseki. That was my reading of it. So it was an anti-vote that got Obaseki that seat.
You are very correct. It also this takes us to the fact that what people want, if people are really determined to really get what they want, they will definitely get it. Like now, every man on the streets, like what you are earlier analyzed, even in Syria and many other people, you even solid as well. As in the issue of money politics, Nigeria no longer happy with it. Nigeria is getting more divided every day.
Okay.
Okay.
So you say so, but thank you.
Can I reply you?
Yeah, reply
Okay.
that. Round off your thoughts on that because it's I want to wrap up everybody else so that we keep the conversation going. But reply to that.
Yeah, Tiobala, that's very honorable what happened in, Edo State. But Edo State is just one state, it's just a peculiar event. And you can't use a peculiar event to judge the whole thing. Is the Aboki in the north going to vote for Peter Obi in another party that he does not know about? Is the sugarcane seller going to vote for Peter Obi in another party that he does not know about? Is the Agbero in Lagos going to vote for? These are the people voting. Is the Aoloja, going to vote for Peter Obi that she does not know in another party, or the Tinubu's daughter that she has known for years?
Solely.
Solely.
Sorry. I want to move on with.
That's my own case on it.
Can I respond?
You may have peculiar, unique cases, but that's not the case for the whole scenario.
All right, thank you, Solly. So you respond to Bala, but then I want to move on with that round robin thing, just to keep the conversation going.
The answer to that question is just the 1 million march that just happened recently. People were just concerned about the person, not the party. It's just about doing underground work. That is all.
All right, thank you. So let's go to Igo, who hopefully is still with us. So Igo, are you there? Okay, I think we. Yeah. Igo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
All right, brilliant. So Igo joins us from Nigeria. So a real feel then of on the ground temperature of this event. So is it, I'm not even going to ask if it's making the news that Peter Obi has left the PDP. I imagine that nobody in Lagos is talking about anything else. But how is this being digested, one, in Lagos? And two, to the question also, what would you count as a success then in this 2023 permutation for Peter Obi? So what is the feel on the ground in Lagos? And what would you personally consider then a success for Peter Obi when the results are counted in 2023? Igo.
Fred, let me start by the second question. I felt that the success of Peter Obi in this 2023 because he has already left the party. Nobody knows where he's going, if he's going to run. But the success of Peter Obi in this 2023 now is his popularity. As he crisscrosses the country, he becomes very popular. Some people begin to key into his ideas. So it's a huge success for him. For him to just disappear from the party overnight, at the moment in Nigeria, they've not really digested the story, has not really spread so much like that. It's just Peter Obi has resigned. He has left party, but not really much of it now. Let's see what happens by tomorrow.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah, in terms of how they will receive the resignation. Let's still look at it till tomorrow. Yeah. But he has a huge success in his campaign and it's crisscrossing the country to buy the mind of many and become one of the front or the leading aspirant in the People's Democratic Party. And I believe that he left just because of how this party, I don't know, greedy fellows are built, the likes of the Saraki, Tambowa, ATIKU, people that are not ready yet to throw their weight behind, So I think such things are the things that really motivated that guy to just say, it became as a shock to the Nigerian people, though. It came as a shock.
But to you, Igo, do you find what Peter Obi did as a masterful, principled act or an act of cowardice? Do you think he cut and run, or do you think he left to hold on to his dignity, his principles? So is it a cowardly act or a masterful act?
I will not really just call it a cowardly act, because if you look at the narrative, even in the PDP, some people will even give him kudos, but at least he should come up with a better party so that we can see where he's going. I will not just say it's a cowardly act for now, because there must be reasons for that decision. So I don't think it is fair for me to say it is cowardly act. For the now, I think he has made the best decision.
All right,
Because
brilliant.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Go. So let's go to Insibidi with the same question. Insibidi, the question. So, Peter Obi, what would you being one of his champions, somebody championing his cause, what would you count as a success for him? What is acceptable, and what would you see as a fail? So, so Peter Obi, yes, Insibidi.
Yeah, I think it's like what brother, is it the new brother? I don't want to butcher the name.
Theo Bala.
Yeah, what he said, I think, is on point. You know, it's a very wise decision at this time, because knowing, I think most people saw it coming that the delegates will go with the money politics, and it's very wise that he decided to move at before the primaries, so that there will be no legal hindrance for him, to run under another party's ticket. So yeah, he has gone far and wide on the PDP platform, with the PDP platform. So now he's moving. He's very wise to do that, and I think he's a masterful. Because he was never going to play that money politics. He was never going to bribe his way. He said that over and over again. And there's a way I felt like, the PDP probably they are also starting to see him as a problem, because he was not just beating other. He was also exposing a lot of corrupt.
The dirty tricks, yeah.
Yes, he was exposing a lot, and I'm sure these people are saying that this guy will just spoil their market. Also, remember, someone like WIKE, anytime he's speaking, he must attack Peter Obi's character. He must say it's not by speaking grammar, it's not by analysis. So it's as if they were all ganging up against him, and he knew what was coming, and he decided to move after using. At least their platform to go around the country, and everybody now in every state. It's easy. It's a different thing when it's just maybe in Anambra or in Abuja or Lagos, talking about his plan. And it's also different from when he's like all over the country. So now he has created more popularity for himself, even in the north especially. Maybe that was why he really took it serious and went to all these states in a very short period of time, because he saw this coming, So I think he has done well by leaving the party, And
okay, but to the question, what would you categorize as a success? What do you find acceptable, and what would be a fail?
Yeah, it's a success. I think his team have.
No, sorry. In CBD, when the results are counted in February 2023, what would you consider to be a success for Peter Obi when the results are counted in 2023? So what would be a success for him? What would you find acceptable, and what would you consider a fail? So in February 2023.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Woman. I think
right.
I think it's a success. I think it's like a win-win situation for him. But what will be considered a win for most people, or it might be just winning the presidency. And I still believe that he has a real shot at that if his team do the groundwork properly.
You think he has a shot at the presidency?
Yes. They've been doing well. because then if it's rigged, it will be very, it will be very obvious.
Even if it's not rigged, do you really honestly, you being unabashedly is a admirer, do you really think that in 2023 they'll be announcing, rigged or not, Peter Obi as president?
If it is not rigged, I believe 99% that he will win if it's not rigged.
If it's not
So
rigged,
I'm telling you the
what,
truth.
what are you hinging that on? What's that belief based on?
Yeah, because of the even the, like, we like saying the ordinary people on the street, whether they are the mechanic or whatever we are calling them, that they don't know. But at the end of the day, these people are all aware of the situation of the country. They are going through things. They have seen changes. There's nobody in Nigeria now that will say he's not feeling the pain of Nigeria, and he has not seen what insecurity and economic hardship and poverty is doing
It
to the
doesn't mean
space.
they'll change.
So,
It
so,
doesn't mean
so,
they'll change.
so, what will make them change when they die? That's when
No,
they'll change.
no,
Even until
even if they
death, they
want,
still
they are
don't
not going
change.
to look to in CBD. Peter Obi's popularity is amongst people like you and I and students. That's where his popularity
One
really is.
man, I don't see it that way, because we are looking at, forget about even looking at it from the side of who knows his educational or his intellectual
The
capacity. We are
market
talking about
women,
people.
they don't know who Peter Obi is, and they don't even understand his language.
Why?
They don't know what he's saying.
Are we assuming that they are all they don't have any? How did they know about
They
this other
respond to
politician?
sloganism. They respond to slogans. This is
That's
what they
why
respond
that
to.
I agree
Sloganisms.
with that. I agree. That's why I said that if his team, continue the way they have been doing and even intensify it more, because I had the Peter Obi support group or so. I had the coordinator speaking on Ginger Media, and he was talking about how they will have to intensify even the groundwork. They have to go to communities. They have to do one-on-one engagement. And if they do that, and if they are serious with it, and which I know they are, then he stands a real chance, because they need to really sell
They
Peter
have to
Obi's.
do all that in 6 months.
Why not? They at least they have a financial. They might not be having the same money as all these other guys like ATIKU or WIKE, but at least with the one they have, they can do a lot with that. They need to intensify their campaign for Peter Obi. They need to engage with those people we think that they are illiterates. They need to engage with those people and tell them why, if they want to see change,
Across the
that this is
breadth
what
of the country. So
they will.
those people that you call illiterate, but somewhat the more everyday sort of person, let's put them in those terms, the more everyday sort of a person in Ekiti, in Abeokuta, in Jalingo, in Beninkebi,
One
in
man,
Sokoto West, Sokoto West.
there's always a land breaking, groundbreaking, or should I say, revolutionary election in every country. It has happened almost in across the world. There's always a break from the norm. It happened in America with Trump. It has happened in France. It's going to happen in several countries. So why do you think Nigeria is so unique that it will never happen? And especially now that people are awake, and people are seeing that the continuity of that country, or it's moving seriously towards the failed state categorization, and people, all these youths that know that many of them, they speak something online and they don't do the work. Now they know that if they want a change, they have to go out there. So people will go. People will go. Forget about somebody. Some of us are outside here in different countries, and saying that they will not. The fact that you will not does not mean that people will not. So I believe that there's always a time when the tables turn in every part of the world. It doesn't matter where. If dictators that are there for 40 years and all that, doing things the same way every year, if a time comes for them to go and they're going, how much more people will not vote, for change in their country? So I believe that the stand is it stands a real chance. he stands a real chance because even the illiterate and the even deaf people and blind people, they are all suffering what they are all seeing the sufferings going on in Nigeria, and I'm sure that people will make the right decision.
Do you read anything into Peter Obi suddenly making this announcement? Immediately, do you say anything in Peter Obi suddenly making this announcement? Immediately after he got off the plane from his meeting with the British government at Downing Street, do you think that is part of it, or am I being too conspiratorial? Is that too much of a
Yeah.
conspiracy theory, or because he's just got off the plane from meetings with the British government and he leaves PDP? Do you read anything into that?
Well, I think it's a little bit conspiratorial, as you said, because we have seen, even without, some people did not even know that Peter Obi went to see the British Prime Minister. And moreover, he went there for some other business summit and
Yeah,
all
but
that.
he would still have met important people and had
I
serious
wanted
conversations. Yeah.
I wanted to take you there, one man, and
Mm.
that's the point you are making. The very real
Yeah,
point. These people, they don't remove their hand out of our politics also. So you have a point there.
well,
It's just too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Not to
it's
be
a
given
point.
consideration.
It's a point, but we are not also going to deny the fact that many people were thinking that, these PDP primaries will not favor Peter Obi because of the corruption involved in the process. So I wouldn't go all the way that way. Anything is possible. We have seen there's always a foreign influence in our elections. So we know that for sure.
Uh,
But I don't think it's leaning more to that.
And finally, in CBD, before I go to it, to the people new to the stream, thank you. I can see in the figures that we do have new people joining us. So thank you for joining us. We do this every single day, 9:35 UK time. So every single day we discuss all matters Nigeria and Nigerian. So if this is something that you chime with, just make sure you're subscribed and of course click on the like button. Just be here at 9:35 every single day, and you have conversations as high functioning as this. But finally, to you personally in CBD. So when Peter Obi announced this seismic move that is made, did you do some rain dance in your? Did you do palongo dancing when you heard this in CBD?
Uh,
Were you
Obviously, I
were
felt
you consumed with excitement
if I'm going to be honest, I felt like somebody that has been released from. I don't know the feeling because obviously I've not been to
from
jail.
bondage?
But yeah, I feel like someone that has been relieved from some kind of bondage because it's just a new feeling because we know that okay, there's always that shadow, that dark cloud that we are not sure, but we know that it's there with that PDP narrative and and all these criminal politicians. We know that there's that thing there. So when he came out from there, I just felt some kind of relief. I believe that this is like it's a positive thing, and I'm sure that the momentum is already on, and they can't do any. That PDP can take away the ticket from him, but they can't take away that momentum and that popularity that he has. So that's what he needs to capitalize on his team. And I believe that if they do it properly, that Peter Obi stands a real chance in 2023.
I was going to ask you who you think the winners and losers are in this, but I don't think I'll bother because I already know your answer.
Well,
But who do you think the winners and losers are? PDP, Peter Obi. So who wins and who loses and how so?
you mean between the general election, like
No,
if
no,
Peter Obi
just Peter Obi versus the PDP.
versus
So
BP? I think the PDP does not have I think their party. Um, I think their party does not. I don't see any future for them. To be honest, I don't see any future. I feel like they are just at the crumbling stage of their party, and whether they realize it or not, it doesn't matter how much they put into that party right now. And I feel like it's not sustainable. Whatever they are doing, it's not sustainable. So I feel like in the end, uh, the Peter Obi kind of politics will win. in the end. Because don't expect that even if these people rig, I'm telling you that if these people rig election this time,
No, you
it will
can't
not
be
be
keeping because that's the language, isn't it? Your man doesn't really stand a real chance of winning. So that's not to say then when he loses, you claim that it was rigged. So
no,
there's
no,
no
I'm saying if.
anticipation.
I'm
Yeah.
saying if because nobody can claim that it has been rigged because the election has not happened. So
Yeah, but
I'm
if he
saying
loses, that's what you will claim,
in
isn't
a
it?
situation, yeah, okay. If he loses and it's obvious because there's a way you will know in every part of the world where someone has been cheated from winning the presidency, people always know. So if it's clear to people, to the masses that there's a foul play, I have a very strong feeling that it will not be business as usual for this so-called uh, uh, whatever money politicians, you know. So I think it will not be business as usual.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Insibidi. So from Insibidi, let's go on to, it was meant to be a snapshot answer, but we don't get a snapshot from Insibidi.
No,
But
but you see the results.
eh,
One man, when I'm speaking, are you seeing the number of people watching? So I'm saying what they need to
don't worry,
hear.
they were watching before you came on. But thank you, Insibidi. But let's go on to Charlie Boy. So Charles, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So the news of the day, of your thoughts, Peter Obi, he leaves the PDP. What do you expect to see from him? What would you consider to be a success from him when the results come in after the elections in February 2023? Charlie Boy.
To me, see, I know that people will be really PDP. I know that. Well, I know because PDP realized they don't want him there. So for smart Peter will be a bad thing from his own party.
From his own party.
Yeah, because PDP, see, like I told you one in the morning. I told you in the morning. But I told you I know Peter. I know that PDP will leave PDP. I know that can happen. I know that. You know why I say that? Because I know it's gonna happen. I predicted that. I was kind of the person who predicted this. I predicted gonna leave because PDP and APC. If you look at the two parties, the two major parties, the only major two parties, the only two major parties they want from consent can is from Yoruba and North. That's what PDP and APC want. So that's why I see PDP realize hey, since people don't want someone from Southeast, so it's better for me to form my own party or from.
He's not forming his own party, Charlie Boy. He's going to go to an already existing party. But where will that be?
Yeah, I'm saying I think what PDP PDP might PDP in his mind PDP think okay since APC and PDP don't really want a Southeast as a president, so I don't believe
You can't say that. No, you can't say they don't want. The Southeast is in politics to play their hand to get what it gets them. So don't say they don't want them
yeah,
in.
but it's just opinion, but that's why I think in PDP's mind. I also believe the same thing with PDP in PDP's mind because that's the truth. He realized something. He realized these two parties don't really want a Southeast because his fact Tinubu is more powerful than PDP because he's a Yoruba guy. So that's why PDP realized PDP realized since the two parties don't really want the Southeast as president. They really have that because the 36 years in Nigeria, they don't really want Southeast president. I told you the facts in the morning. I told you the facts in the morning, and I want that.
All right.
I want to debate in the morning, so that's my opinion. But
all right.
I won the money. I won the debate in the morning.
All right. You claim your victory then, Charles. I'm certainly not going to try to stop you from that. But thank you, Charles. Let's go on to X0. So X0, the question really, which I don't think anybody has addressed yet frontally, what would you categorize as a success? This is when the results are counted in February 2023. What would you consider to be a success for Peter Obi? What would you find acceptable and what will be a failure for you for that space? So February 2023, when the results are counted, X0.
Well, I'll go what Akwashi said on the timeline. You know, he said something in respect of something like a Showere result would be a total failure. But I think I'll rather step it up. I think if Peter Obi gets even 1 million votes, it will be failure because I expect him I expect from what I'm seeing with the momentum now, I expect further, more people entering into the gathering. So I think over and above 5 million votes would be something, will be success. But moreover, he's already hitting success because he's gotten all this awareness without spending money, So that's like the Trump card, the Trump style of, when Trump makes any comment, it goes viral. I think Obi has gone viral without spending the kind of money that you would expect a presidential candidate to be spending. Don't forget he's a candidate because his media spokesman already said he will be on the ballot. So he's already a candidate and he has spent less money.
There's a real strong speculation online because I'm checking the news as they're rolling in and I'm checking the headlines as they're rolling in.
Yes.
Every 5 minutes is refreshing. And all the indications, all the suggestions is that he's going to go and join Kwankwanso.
Yeah, there's even a pic. Haven't you seen the image? The
No, I shared it here. Yeah.
Yes, good. So, because he needs the northern votes. He needs the northern vote. Like I said before, I still stand by what I said. A Kwankwanso Obi ticket is clear, but the Kwankwanso party has to merge with a stronger party that has leverage, and that is the Labour Party.
Should they sweep up APGA with that, and then they have like a committee of the damned sort of a thing? Yeah.
I don't just make postulations. I see what has happened prior to.
Settle down. You are still basking in there. Look at this guy. Don't bask. Okay, carry on.
You don't want to give my. You don't want to give
you get your full props now, but carry on. Yeah.
Yes. You see, like I said, prior to this, there's a coalition, but the third force going on, and in the third force, some parties have been fused, while some parties say they want an alliance. So that is how I came to the conclusion that, okay, if some parties are already infused and some parties want an alliance, then it is not impossible for Labour Party and NNPP to have an alliance. Provided, an alliance is what are you going to get out of this? What are we getting from you? What are you giving to us? That's an alliance. But an infusion is we are together. Anything that comes, we are going to be in it together. You understand? So that's why I said the Labour Party is not out of the picture. NNPP is not out of the picture, either by alliance or by infusion. So I stand by what I say. Let's see how it goes. But for me, the Labour Party has a spread. Now it's for them to reinvigorate and reintroduce that message. We are workers. We are going on strike. Do we like it? No. The NLC, do we like it? Do we like going on strike? No. Do we want more production, more people employed? Yes. And that's the message Obi is preaching. It's so clear. It's so clear,
all right. So that is certainly a message that the country are willing recipients of. Enough of the status quo, and everybody in play represents somewhat the status quo. If you remove Showore and Peter Obi somewhat, but how much are we even removing Peter Obi from the status quo is a question for another debate. But certainly, if you look at the rest of them, just dead, rotten sort of ATIKU, SARAKI, Tinubu, Okorota, who's now turned into like a laughing stock. So enough of all of that. I think the country unanimously are saying. And thanks to Buhari, by the way, for taking us here. He has now shown us the grimness of the darkness of that phase. So the grimness of the darkness of that space, as we go to Teobala to sample his opinion then on that question that we're rolling around the panel. So Teobala, we're asking, this is when the results are counted in 2023. What would you see as a golden victory for Peter Obi? What would you consider to be acceptable? But what would you also categorize as a failure? So 3 tiers of acceptability. So acceptance, a golden chalice, an acceptable effort, and an absolute fail. So to those spaces are Teobala.
Okay, thank you so much, Waman. A brief answer to that is that I see Obi having a massive win over all other candidates come 2023 general election. I mean, a very big landslide. And acceptable in the sense that if he as in agree to run on any party, winning or not winning, it will be acceptable to Nigeria. If he fail at that point, it's not Obi that fail, it's Nigeria that fail, who refuse to come out and vote. That is the point I raised up. And the failure on that part is that if he refuses to contest, that is just my opinion on that aspect.
All right, Theobala. So thank you, Theobala. So then to go on to Tony to round off that snapshot question. So Tony, the question. So Peter Obi, of course, you've heard all the backdrops, but the question now is that when the results are counted in 2023, what will be a categorical success? What will be an acceptable effort, and what classes as a failure? All of that, Tony.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Igo Do from Nigeria. Thank you very much for coming up. My brother, Waman, say me, so whichever one make it do be same, make it just come on, pata. Make just come on, pata. Make just vacate the political scene and then go to the international level, to the international community and expose what is going on in Nigeria. Because so that we can. Maybe United Nations they can come or set up something to come and take all this money for those party chairmen, the money they have donated, all those 100 million and all the millions, use that one to fund our universities that are on strike, first of all, just to get started. And then cancel the election system because the structures are not there. Whether Obi is a good man, we know he's a good man, but if he wins the election, under what political structure is that's going to deliver those promises. That's what we're talking about. So once he wins the election, he will also jump there. Look at the people that he's teaming up with. I don't want to mention their name. Those people. He's going to teaming up. So that one will show you that those people are still going to be pretty delivers. You know what I'm saying? So what we should stop doing here is to be even spending so much time analyzing and talking about these people because they are not serious. What we want to see is a total destruction of all these political gladiators in Nigeria. Like yesterday was one and today now one. So let them come out and expose each other and let them destroy themselves because we have no sensors. So no electricity to count the vote, no nothing. And for the do election, it was because of the intervention of Boris Johnson and all these Trump or whoever that were warning Buhari that they don't interfere in the election. That was why that one took place peacefully. So, but there's no election that will take place in Nigeria. The vote will never count. They will still declare the result because Mahmoud is there, Abu Kadia is there, all those Adamus are there. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So that's Tony with his own unique and peculiar outlook on events. So unique and peculiar outlooks from Tony. So that is just the diversity of the things that go on here. Everybody's opinion welcome, completely unfettered. If you are extreme right wing, extreme left wing, if you're a moderate libertarian from the middle. From the center of middle of the political divide. So all spectrums invited. So we go back again to the elegance of Obina as we take him then away reluctantly from that Peter Obi space because there is still politics going on outside of Peter Obi. But to this space, are you still there, Obina? Oh, I think we may well have lost Obina. Do we have you, Obina? All right, let's go to X0 since we don't seem to have Obina. So are you there, X0 though?
Yes, I'm here, very much here.
All right, brilliant. So let's come to you, X0, and have you take this on. This one is a deja vu. Play it again, Sam. Senator Stella Odua did not complete NYSC, may be disqualified by PDP. So Kemi Adeosun revisited. You saw how she was chased out and embarrassed out of her portfolio as the Minister of Finance. She said she had to seek psychological realignment for 6 months before she could find herself again. Crying for 6 months was what she was confident enough to come out to tell us in space. So this space now revisited again this now thing about her NYSC certificate. Stella Odua did not complete NYSC, may be disqualified by PDP. But then if you add on to that, that this woman used to be the Minister of Aviation once upon a time under previous administrations, and you consider that before anybody becomes a minister within Nigeria, they have to go through a DSS screening to check them for any anomalies in their CV, and she passed through that, just like Kemi Adeosun passed through that, only for then public reporters, citizen reporters to go and dig into their past to unveil these misdemeanors. So what are you then making then of this now news making the headlines? Stella Odua did not complete NYSC, may be disqualified by the PDP, XE.
You know, bearing in mind that Nigeria is a country that a lot of things happen, you know. But this woman, Stella Odua, I don't want to sound like I'm being critical of her, but if you look at her political career, you'll find that this is not the first time she's been enmeshed in scandals. I mean, we used to think that women will make the difference when they come into the political space. But the kind of women we've had in our politics are just, you know, the same kind of behavior was what we saw in was it Ete or what's her name? Why do we have this kind of women, for goodness sake? Of all the women we have, why do they bring up this kind of woman? And I'm surprised, after what happened in the aviation industry, she's still within the political space. Why must we make use of the bad eggs? This woman is a misfit for this. It's not fit for purpose. Why do we have to have this woman in the space? Although all of them are corrupt, you know. I don't want to talk about this woman because it will make me start. Yeah, I love
you know. There's a phenomenon, X0, that is emerging out of the Nigerian political space, which the citizen reporter accessing internationally and within the Nigerian national space, evidence to expose politicians not being fit for purpose. The governor of Ogun State, you were here when we were discussing him, who has served jail time for fraud in America.
Yes.
He hid that away from the records to get nomination and then get elected, all of which runs contrary to the country's policies and constitution, that if you have a conviction, you cannot run for positions, at least within a certain time bar. It's only just good citizens that went to expose this guy, as they have now exposed this lady again. But then that is the job of the DSS that is meant to screen them before they are presented to the Senate.
Yes, you know, and I think there's more than meet the eyes with this woman. There's more. That's my fear for that woman. Why do they keep putting her in position? There's more with that woman. This is not the last. There's more in that kind of worms. They should just let her go. What are you doing in this space? You cannot be anything because these things will come up against you. Just go and be, you know. It's so corrupt. I don't. And when they were releasing her corruption details the last time, you see the look in her eyes, like you guys are talking about me. Are you not all the same? You know. And still she remained in this space. How do people survive this kind of, you know, scandals? You survive a scandal, you still remain. It's only in Nigeria you have corrupt politicians remaining there to take up another position. In same countries, you resign and you get out of this circulation. Go and enjoy your loot. You know, I don't want to talk about this woman because it makes me speak out of the spirit. I love women a lot. You know, we've had.
You love women. Take it easy, Mr. Lover, Mr. Bombastic. Look at this guy.
We have better women in that country. That's the same country where Obi is. That's the same country where Okonjo-Iweala served. You know, we've had better women. Then you bring up this kind of.
Has the female representation in Nigerian politics been somewhat of a disappointment?
It is. It is. When you remember that we had the likes of Ete, Stella Ete, or what's her name, you know, and then we have this ODUAH.
And And the Diziani Madrike, that criminal.
You know, Diziani and those kind of people. You know, you've gotten it wrong completely with the women in our politics. You know, and the other one, there's one that's saying Buhari. That was, you remember the one that was advertising that Buhari's pyramid, rice pyramid. That one is so disgusting.
Yes, I know her. Yes, I know her. The spokesperson.
Yes, where do they select this kind of people? Women are, you know, our pride. Where do they bring this crop of women from? Yeah, man, I don't want to talk about this one.
All right. Hopefully you want to talk about this, because this one a real existential threat. So let me take you to this one. So this one a real existential threat, and this is one fight that you don't want to see within the Nigerian space, only because of the characters involved. IPOB reacts to Northern Group's threat, says don't start fight that won't end. So of course we're going off the back of that incident that happened in Anambra State, where this lady, Hausa Fulani, Haribra, her name is, she was a pregnant woman slaughtered. She was wearing hijab, and that was the fatal flaw that cost her life. So she was slaughtered, a pregnant woman, along with 4 of her children, all female, by unknown gunmen. The North reacts to this, asking their people to leave, especially Anambra State, and promising reprisal. But then IPOB, they are now speaking in tough language to say that, look, don't try it, otherwise we will reply in equal measure. So this is one space that you don't want opened up, gun for gun, bullet for bullet. Reacting to the threat, IPOB Media and Publicity Secretary Imar Powerful said, we have many things in our hands to respond to this group called CNG, because they are a non-issue. We are expecting them to start killing in Nigeria and see our position. So that there's no contrition in that. That is just a bombastic statement saying bring it on if you can. But do you want it brought on then by the North? Because then the tit for tat in human lives. X0.
You know, one man, we've had history of violence in the North, you know. We've had history of anything happens, it is yammering, they destroy Igbo properties. Even in Abuja, they'll be campaign when they were having the NSAS campaign. They were going about destroying, burning up Igbo people's automat. That's where they sell cars, they burn cars. So it's been happening for a long time coming. And then the Southeast is beginning to change, you know, because of this history of the violence in the North. Anybody does anything in the North, they will burn Igbo properties. If a Yoruba man does something, they will burn Igbo properties. If Calabar man does something, they will burn. So these things, we don't forget that we have a history of the country pleading with Buhari to do something. But we find that Buhari himself is sympathetic towards a certain, certain section of the country, and this has led it culminated into this kind of act that we see in the Southeast. Now the North, I don't know if they're speaking with one voice, but I know they are not speaking with one voice. I think it's a particular section that is propagating this angst that the Southeast are killing their people. No, like I said before,
no, the Southeast are killing their people. Let's not try and embellish that space, because it's too important for us to try and obfuscate. All the governors have told us that the Southeast are killing.
To say that the Southeast are killing their people. You know, right. Like we said before, a bunch of
they are not. The Southeast are not killing themselves.
Well, who is killing who? The Southeast are not killing themselves.
Wow.
A bunch of criminals are killing the Southeast citizens.
Criminals of what extraction?
Well, we cannot define that until the law enforcers. I'm not the law enforcer. I believe the Nigerian.
We've had law enforcement accounts. We've seen video evidence. Everything is in play. We've even heard from the leading organizations within that space. And then the kind has even called for caution from those people of his ilk.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something I think is happening. I'm not sure. I think there's a breakaway faction of the IPOB. You know, there's always this.
Yeah, but first I want you to concede that the people doing the killings, they are Easterners. They are not fifth columnists from the barracks. They are not Fulani men from Mali. They are Easterners. So we have to first establish that. Let's build on truth, not on obfuscation.
But you know, our country, our how do I put it? Our law enforcement is not that mature. They're not mature enough to disintegrate and weed out the wheat from the chaff. You know, we've seen their history is about going in and killing people, killing innocent people. So if we paint this rhetoric, if we paint this narrative of the East, the Southeast killing the North, it will further make the Southeast implode and innocent people will die. That's why I said we have law enforcement, right? Right or wrong? Because you and I here have been pleading to this government to let each region have its state police. They refused. I believe the reason why they refused is because they have everything in control. If you have everything in control, fish out the culprits and let them confess. Let them tell the whole world that it is the Southeast that is doing this thing. But if you don't have everything in control, then listen to the voice of the people, hearken to our cries, and allow for state police. It is only when there is state police that they can actually use intelligence because they know the terrain. You cannot bring an Adamu from Sokoto and make him police inspector in Anambra State. You bring one Abudu from Kano and make him the divisional, what's it called? The head of the military in cantonment or whatever it's called, division in Enugu State, and then you expect him to use proper where he did not live. Where he did not live. This is how the federal government has allowed these things to fester. So if you allow it to fester, don't come and tell us that we are killing other people. No, I'm not a killer. And people, they're innocent.
Oh, sorry, are you refuting that what happened to Herrera and her 4 children, it did not happen or was not perpetrated by the unknown gunmen of southeastern extraction?
It was perpetrated by unknown gunmen.
Of what extraction? Of what ethnic extraction?
Well, it was perpetrated by unknown gunmen in the Southeast.
Right.
Left for the law enforcement to tell us which extraction and what benefit is telling us the extraction, rather than telling us this is demograph of criminality. You tell us that these people are criminals. Full stop. And then let them serve their time. But you don't tell us that the Southeast is killing the Northerners. No. And that is the rhetoric the Northerners play. And I think they've not succeeded in shutting down the Southeasterners in their region because they are no longer getting the same reaction from the Middle Belt and the other non-core Northerners. It was easy for them to mislead them before, but now it's not easy. It's no longer easy. It's no longer easy. Don't forget that the Southeast people want to go to their shop and businesses. They are being stopped. And what I was trying to explain to you was that this particular section of people who are doing this thing seem to be using, I don't know if you have heard of the Fabian strategy.
Go on.
It's a strategy that they don't confront their enemies head on. They fight them bit by bit until they leave. It's a kind of restructuring. No military or police officer wants to go and serve in the Southeast. You know what you cannot get officially, you get it unofficially. You know, it's a strategy that they continue to prune out and push away because this government caused it from the first place. Remember when they were trying to make all waters and 1 kilometer stretch from every riverine area government property, trying to steal lands. These are the things that made all these things that happen.
But does this back and forth, threat for threat between the IPOB and the Northerners, does this fill you with a sense of foreboding? A bullet for bullet is essentially what they're saying. Bullet for bullet.
Well, you can see the results. Just the other day, they beheaded a politician. What does that tell you? Everybody is now sitting up. If you're not a man of the people, they will come for you. You know, I'm not saying this is a good approach. I'm not saying this is a fine thing to do. But you know, sometimes when you see how the government is non-responsive from the top, you begin to wonder, does this government deserve sympathy? Pardon my expression, but does this government really deserve sympathy? This is the worst thoughts we secretly think in our mind, that people should just start doing everywhere in the country. This is none of us who have not thought about people should just wipe out this set of people. Some of us.
Okay. So you've gone there, and
yes.
sorry to interrupt you or to even intercede. It's not an interruption, but you see that's a thought that sits at the back of people's mind, but for reasons of just the propriety of the language,
yes.
they don't want to express.
Yes.
Do you think there's a subliminal sort of tacit well done to people who perpetrated that sort of thing, to say, look, we have the power to fight back too. And if you do this to us in your region, we'll do this to you in our region. Do you think there's somewhat a covert sort of tacit well done to what happened in Anambra State? Do you feel that?
Not towards those innocent people.
Not so much the innocent, but the
kind
incident.
Of towards the government. Yeah, kind of, because you yourself cannot tell me you've not wished that a Jerry Rawlings just comes in and wipes out this set of politicians.
No, I'm a pacifist, though. I don't believe in.
You can keep denying.
No. The pen is mightier than the sword. I think we can outbrain them. I've always thought we could outbrain them. So that's where my disappointment.
When your youth were outbraining them with what is that used to call? Then during the NSAS. Yeah, I'll bring them. And we were decent until they start sending thugs. Government sent thugs after its citizens. I cannot still believe what happened those periods. Government taking thugs in jeeps and releasing them at the masses. You know, that's the kind of government we see. You and I know we don't feel sympathy for this government. In fact, for Nigerian government, since I was born, I've never felt sympathy for the government. We've always been having it worse than the previous, until this point. We've always had it worse than the previous. Can you tell me which governments came in and maybe did it better than the previous? We've having it worse than the previous. Even Obasanjo's regime. Some people still believe Abacha was better than Obasanjo, because during that period, our naira was still a bit stable. You know. And then the next one came in. So we've never had anything, good to say about our government. We've always wanted a Jerry Rawlings to come in, remove this set of people so that we can have fresh breath. You know, there's always that thing in our mind somewhere that, man, I don't wish that these people. Do you, for one man, if you hear that maybe 50 politicians were in a plane and the plane crashed somewhere, tell me what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
So what are their names? Is the first thing.
What are their names? Is the first thing. You separate the Yoruba ones.
No. I wouldn't object to Tinubu being on that plane. Certainly not. But then I wouldn't object to a lot of people. I wouldn't object to Rocha's being on the plane. But I don't want any plane to crash, though.
No. We are not. But there's that thing inside us that we wish some people to just go away. And you know that 90% of Nigerians, or I will not say 90 because I don't know the people that want Buhari still living, but I know that a large chunk of Nigerians wish that Buhari should just go to London and we hear that he's no more.
No, you can't say things like that now. You can't say things like that.
I don't want. Okay, but you know what I mean. Yeah, but you know what I mean. There's no better words to use to describe it. That's just a secret thought.
Woman, please, may I just talk to Zero small? Zero, you yourself, you want kill Buhari twice? You want to bury him twice?
No. Sorry, we don't want to go there today. But thank you, Xero. Let me go from you, Xero, to Solly, if he's still with us, because I want to sample Solly's opinion as well on that space of the back and forth threats between the IPOB movement via their spokesman Emma Powerful and Northerners. They are speaking off the back of what happened to that lady in Anambra State and her 4 children, a pregnant woman. We have to keep reminding. So the Northerners are now saying, expect our response. And the IPOB now came on frontally, preening and peacocking, saying, bring it on if you dare. So these are not words, these are bullets being flexed. So what are you then making of this flexing between the Malams and the Easterners?
You see why I said Yoruba nation is the solution. Because we're always caught up in this mix unnecessarily. If you say anything now, you say that you are talking. But man, the hatred is just too much, and nobody is going to stop. It's just going to keep on going back and forth, 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 and it's not going to stop. Who is going to stop it now? Unless in the East they have to take care of IPOB, and I don't know what they are going to do about the North. Like now, I'm starting to agree that they have to civilize the North, because all these things is just fight and battles between a bunch of illiterates. People that did not go to school, people that don't have jobs. How are you going to reason with an illiterate? They are just going to keep on shouting and yarning and going on with aggression and anger at first. No form of reasoning. So I'm not surprised. I just believe that it's just going to keep on going on and going on and going on. Just people are just unnecessarily going to suffer.
But does it feel? Sorry, go on.
There's going to be denial. That's the worst part. Denial from both sides.
But does it fill you with this? Does it fill you with a sense of foreboding, though? Because we're talking about human lives. This is what these people are trading threats over. So what happens to Harira and her 4 children? The Northerners are saying expecting a response, and we all know what that means. And the Easterners essentially saying, if you do it, expect to hear from us, and we all know what that means. So we're talking about some feudal bloodletting, essentially the narrative. So does that fill you with a sense of dread?
It's just annoying. It's just very annoying. Very annoying. Why can't they just move on? It's the prideness of tribe. I don't want to disappoint my tribe. I don't want to look bad in front of my tribe. I don't want to look like, oh, we've taken a beating as a tribe. Those kind of things. What happened was bad. Condemn it. Okay, yes, the East are condemning it. I'm happy for that. But the North, again, if I said it again, if it was the other way around, they will be celebrating it. You will barely see 5% of them condemning it. So they are very hard-headed too. And people keep saying that, oh, they like the Yorubas. They don't like the Yorubas. They like only the Muslim Yorubas. And in their minds, they are tolerating those ones because they think that they are Arabs. But, what can we do? It's just irritating and annoying. And they will never stop, no matter what you tell them.
All right. So stop Nigeria. I want to get off. Stop Nigeria. I want to get off. Have we reached our bus stop? In Nigeria.
Not
is this
yet,
the point?
bro.
Is this the point of departure?
One man solely
Not
has really
yet.
transformed, though. He has transformed. It's more. You see now that before you would just pour all the blame on the Southeast, but now after the Southeasterners have condemned what happened, see now he's not saying the truth.
No, he's only.
Yes,
he's
now,
only.
because there's
You see, he's
accountability.
wearing a helmet. He's only in fear of you guys because he knows that. So if he speaks freely, you start to throw rocks at him. You start to throw stones at him.
One man.
No, what I always look for is accountability. let's remove, because sometimes you also want to cover it up and not just be accountable because it's your tribe.
But
That
you
will
know
not
now
solve
that
any issue.
Southeasterners have condemned it. The
Yes,
rules.
yes, I know.
But have
It's
they
just
done it full-throatedly? Is this a
You
full-throated
see now.
condemnation?
You want them to remove their throat before you know.
No, we want them to be loud and vocal.
No,
It's not
they have done it.
is it a qualified condemnation? Because the condemnation is somewhat qualified. We condemn it, but that's what you hear. We condemn it, but
One man.
Yeah.
We saw a man
Yeah.
who is contesting for presidency delete his tweets.
What about Abi? What about?
Yeah.
We're back there again. We're back there again. What about?
You know, I beg. But
Yeah.
one man, Soli, well done. You have
One man are agent to ATIKU. One man.
Look at this. Look at this one. I'm agent to ATIKU. I'm agent to Tinubu. I'm agent to Sibando. How can I be agent to everybody? How can I be? I only speak as I find it.
The
But
problem I have with this, our political leaders are the billions and billions they are stealing. I don't know what they are leaving behind for the generation unborn and people that are coming.
Debt is.
I don't know the kind of leadership they are teaching them. Are they teaching them to grow and come to the political stage and be stealing billions also? Today, this one will steal 200 billion. Next tomorrow, 80 billion, 90 billion. We should try and become on reckoning all this money and give account of it every year so that we can distribute it across the country. So that we'll know how many billion was stolen this year and last year and this and that. From since when Nigeria get their independence, right from the 2.1 billion from Buhari ministerial oil minister time to date.
Yeah, that was under Obasanjo regime.
We need to be recording these sums of billions that they are stealing in this country. 2.9 billion, 200 billion, 80 billion, 75 billion, 160 billion, one person. This is what we are getting in Nigeria.
Waiting for you now. Do you know
one
that
person
you go to Abuja and buy a contract? Do you know one man?
One person will steal 200 billion and go and buy another country passport. Look at Desiani. Look at Minister. Look at Amishi that's running for president. 96 billion.
Where is from?
What is the problem with our?
Where is she from? Where is she from?
From Delta State.
Delta, not the Southeast Delta. Yeah.
You see, where is Stella?
But she's married to an Igbo man. Probably that was what influenced her to take on
woman. All these billion they are stolen is what is really, really shocking me. Believe me.
It's
I don't know the kind. I don't know the years the Nigerian youths are using hearing that kind of billions and they are keeping quiet. One person will just steal 200 billion, the next day another person 700 billion, the other day 180 billion, 50 billion. What is the problem? What is the problem of this country?
Especially under this administration, it's a free for all. It's a free for all. They're just looting.
Why took it to the next level? The next level.
Jesus,
it's
because
this is
what the upcoming
they are borrowing money to steal.
Yes.
Yeah, they borrow to steal. That's what Peter is complaining. Peter Obi is complaining about. This is what they are. This is what they are teaching the youth that are coming up. So tomorrow when they win election, the local government or wherever, they start stealing billions and billions also, because that is what their leaders gave them in this country. We should begin to take note of the money stolen year by year so that we can divide it across this country and be knowing, so that we can have data of those money that has been stolen also.
All right, thank you. Go.
Which part of the north of those people who threaten to threaten? Which part of the north of those people?
It doesn't especially say. It just says a northern coalition group. So it doesn't say specifically which part of the north.
But we know that Middle Belt are not involved in those things.
How would you know? It didn't say that.
The Middle Belt are tired of the north too.
Are you from the Middle Belt? Go on, Tony. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. The Middle Belt controls the northern region. If you don't know, the Secretary Generals and all the bullshit, they are all from the Middle Belt.
No, if you look at, mind the language.
Sorry, sir. If you look at the history of Nigeria, these people have been controlling the north. They are, they are the managers. of the northern, and they are the one that are play double game always, like Two Face. Like, okay, we like the people from this. We are the one try to lure them to us that people of middle belt, they don't give a damn about us. They don't care about us. We are the one thinking about them that they share the same culture we got. Because if you go to that middle belt space, you will see some Edos and Igbos there, like all this Okoye, Igbo, all those kind of names, Ogbe, Audu Ogbe, all these Benin names with Igbo names, they are there. But they team up with the North. They are the one controlling the space there, my friend, the political space.
It's just when it favors some few politicians. But the truth is,
no, they are the Secretary General of the Northern Coalition. Look, Tangible is from there. David Mark is from there. Jeremiah Osini.
Who are complaining? Do you hear me? Let me mention names of who are complaining. Jeremiah, that they seized his money in America.
Jeremiah Oseni, yeah.
Oseni, yeah, is complaining.
No, that was in Jersey Island, yeah.
David Mark, all of them.
Yes, listen, let me tell you.
Who made trouble with Awolowo? Who did try to disgrace Awolowo? Hold on. Gentlemen.
Don't take us too far from the topics, Tony. But
okay, that's it. So the middle belt, they are forced to record with, in the northern political scene. So don't let us be deceiving ourselves. Let us concentrate on the southern Nigeria people, how we can unite Igbos, Yorubas, and the Edos and the Ijos. That's all. Thank you, sir.
I just mentioned names of people who are complaining to you. Even the governor of Benue State. You see, the middle belts are tired.
Who is this Ayosha? Ayosha that tried to kick out Peter Obi now. Is he not from a middle belt? Ayosha? You guys should stop separating Hausa from Fulani, for example. That is the only problem I have with Nnamdi Kanu teachings, that Hausas are good people. Do you go to any Hausa family house? The wife is a Fulani or the husband is a Fulani, then you want to separate them? I don't know. We're gonna concentrate, know exactly what you are fighting for. We don't want to be killing ourselves, but let us be united and use social, be social animals by not killing each other. Let us be social.
But
whatever we are doing.
All right. Let me just acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, who super chats to correct what I said, that Dezani was from the southeast. So she's actually not from the southeast, as a lot of people have corrected. She's from the Delta region. So Dezani is from River State, not Delta. Actually, he's correcting somebody that was correcting me, who said she was from Delta. So it looks as though Dezani then, we will probably have to just Google that, since there's now so much confusion.
So she's from River State.
But Dezani is from River State, not Delta. Alexander super chat to correct. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. As I go back to Solly, to round off your thoughts on that space of the threats back and forth between IPOB and the Northern Coalition. So a real sense of dread, I think this presents.
Yeah, in summary, it's not going to end, it's not going to be over. But who will suffer it from it the most? I think the Southeast, So that's just my summary on it.
Why would it be the Southeast? Because are you suggesting that the North is capable of no, why do you say that? Let me not put words in your mouth. Why do you say the
because
Southeast?
I don't see IPOB infiltrating the North. What is going to happen is just what has been happening already. The North is going to either maybe headsmen or something. They are going to attack one way or the other. The government is not going to put any defense. After they make the attack, the government is not going to do any investigation to catch anybody. If IPOB dares to retaliate, the government is going to go straight for IPOB. So, and where is all these things going to happen? Most likely in the East. It has happened before, and that is what is giving the North confidence. IPOB does not have anything backing it, in terms of past
so the one thing
incidents.
Igbos are everywhere. Igbo have connections, so they're not gonna mess up this time.
So basically, you are saying
the Igbos are the Igbo. Sorry, go on, sorry.
So, Jake, what you're saying is that if the North attacks in the southeast, that the Igbos that are everywhere they won't do anything. They won't do anything. What are they going to do?
You see, the Igbos are everywhere, but in small numbers. They are not in mass in every. They're usually in small numbers as they spread across the geographical span. But I don't
One
think they're
man.
in mass numbers.
One man. Are
Yeah.
you considering Lagos Igbos as in small numbers?
No. I'm talking about satellite places like Jalingo and Benin Kirby. Of course, there'll be Igbo presence there because they seem to control the pharmaceutical space in all of the mass of Nigeria. But they are just a smatterings in local governments spread across the country. But they have a stronger presence in the southwest just because their culture and worldview synergizes with the Yoruba. So there's more synergy between them and the ease of business a lot easier within Yoruba space. But if you go further afield, yes, they have a presence, but it's a smattering rather than a real community.
Yes, because those places truly are not that populated. They are not as populated as they stipulate on the. But that's a matter for another day. Anywhere you see much population where money can be made, the Igbo demographic is much because they will fill up a lot of spaces there. The North population is a false population. That is what you just brought up.
No, that wasn't the point. I wasn't even talking about the population. I was talking of the presence of the Easterners in certain communities. That is not as many as we thought. This just
you have the point.
All right. So to you then, Solly, let me take you to the space of Stella Odua not completing her NYSC, but a serving senator wanting to return, and an ex-minister, all of the positions which she would have been microscoped by the DSS to see if she was fit. So how did the DSS then miss in their screening that this woman absconded from NYSC?
So
and
is it clear that,
and should she suffer the same consequences as Kemi Adeosun?
Is it 100% clear that she was not aware of this? Was it 100% the EFCC's fault?
No. She attended orientation for NYC and then she absconded. But then you have to have served the full NYC complement of 1 year by 1 year. But then when she's presenting her credentials to offices that she's looking to take, she's presenting certificates of completion of that NYSC as part of the retinue of credentials that she's presenting. So that speaks to a falsification of that NYSC certificate, which is the narrative that chased Kemi Adeosun out of office. So she's now looking to get the ticket for PDP again to be a senator for Anambra South or something. But the good citizens of that space, they've gone to dig through the records and then they've written to NYSC, and where NYSC has given categorical confirmation that she attended orientation and absconded. So essentially, then she's presenting a false certificate of NYSC completion. So she suffered the same consequences as Kemi Adeosun, who the axe fell on.
She should, but will she? That's the question. There are a lot of people that have done this and they didn't suffer any consequence. So she should, but it's not for me to answer. The question is, will she? Will they do it? That's just the basic of things. And we know Nigeria. So what can we do? We just have to watch and see what happens.
Oh, okay, to this last headline, this is Dave Umahi speaking. Biafra agitation is about letting Igbo man become president in 2023. Dave Umahi, the governor of Ebonyi State, making the headline this time around. So a lot of people have speculated that this whole agitation that you're hearing about, that you're hearing out of the Southeast, is essentially has political underpinnings. So let's put it that way, that all of this Biafra narrative, IPOB, etc., Mossab, and all of the accoutrements is really just a political movement to push to the central space. And Dave Umahi now comes out to make this admission. So what are you then making then of this assertion that the whole Biafra we must go narrative is essentially an attempt to seize power at the center?
But how? How are they going to seize power by saying they want to go? I don't understand.
They want to force the political space to push their agenda forward. So give us the presidency or we leave, sort of thing.
So basically a threat. How
Somewhat.
did they how did they think that will work out?
Well, I don't know.
How
I'm
is
not
that?
from that space.
It's not even like this is gra. They want to use gra method in government and politics again. You have to politic. That's what the North is doing. The North used to do gra, but at the end of the day, they still used to politic. So this doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even sound. These are the kind of things that you can't even say to any other person but a Nigerian because you won't make sense. You know. So it just sounds so ridiculous. But to them, it would have made sense. But what can we do? These are one of the issues that we are dealing with.
All right. All right. Thank you, Solly. So, Solly, hopefully Insibidi is with us because I want him to expand on that space if he's around. So Insibidi, are you around?
Yeah, definitely.
So what Dave Umahi is saying is something that subsists, and I think we've skirted around it as a topic on this platform oftentimes, that this whole Nzobu, we must go, is essentially just the Eastern way of trying to force themselves into the central political space, and it's essentially not an agitation for secession, but an agitation for the presidency. This is what Dave Umahi is suggesting, but what are you making of that suggestion, in CBD?
The Umahi is playing politics. You need to understand that for any of those politicians from the south to get that national appeal, they have to, kind of repeat the narratives or the rhetorics of the north. So he's just playing politics, and that politics can backfire. It backfired on what's the name? This Okorocha. You see, so they play this politics just to make sure that they seal their relationship with some of these people in the north, and at the long run, it always backfires. So he's just playing politics. He knows that there's been agitation long before this so-called Nigerian version of democracy government. Since 1999, there's been agitation. So when did this start? So it's as if he's saying it as if it has started since the 60s. So he's just playing politics. That's what I'm saying that David Mai is just he's not a honest. That's the only shortcomings he has. When it comes to security and agitation, he does not know how to handle those things. But when it comes to doing projects and building roads, building infrastructures, edifices, all that, that's his strong point. That's his strong area. But when it comes to these security issues and agitations, he will just play politics with it, and that's the only problem that they have with him. So he's playing politics. It's not. I don't. It's not. It has nothing to do with the truth. Everybody knows the agitation has been there. The Biafra narrative has been there from the beginning. So it's clear. It's just politicking.
All right, thank you, Insibidi. And to that space, the back and forth between the Northern Coalition Group and the IPOB movement. So gun for gun, bullet for bullet, AK-47 for AK-47. You take down 10, we'll take down 100. Does this portend danger in Insibidi?
Well, not as much as they try to. I think that strategy has been working for them. They try to make everybody see them as mad people. That way we are crazy. If we can come and run mad. But at the end of the day, they understand what can disintegrate the country, and they will not go all the way. You see, so but once in a while you see them carrying out this kind of maybe through proxies, or because we know we have heard of many politicians sponsoring terrorism in the north and all that. So they can just once in a while carry out those and isolate themselves from those incidents. But they can't, they can't. If they want to disintegrate the country, they should go and attack Igbo people in Kano now. Or, although they are doing it and they'll tell you that those are terrorists. But at least if they want to make it, if they make it a full-scale attack, then they understand that that will be the end of our unity as a country. There are so many Igbo people in Abuja. So many. I think second to the Igbos outside.
You know, the Igbos were the first to start buying in Abuja. As soon as Abuja was launched, they bought the biggest landlords in Abuja are the Igbos. They own most of that space.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. So they are not looking for Igbos now. Igbos are everywhere, even if they are not in Benin, Kebbi, or Jalingo as much. But at least they are so much in Kaduna, in Kano, in Abuja, in Plateau. They are everywhere. So all those things they are doing is just to. I told you that these people they like playing on the sentiments and emotions of some of their people that are not exposed or uneducated about these things. So when they say things like that, they just feel like they use it to gain this sentiment, the kind of sympathy from their people, and all that. They just use them to play politics. Nobody that is educated will take this guy seriously. What do you want? That something happened in the southeast, the governor has even put 10 million ransom, 10 million compensation for anybody that will give him information. Everybody is condemning it. Everybody is working towards bringing those guys to book, and you're just somewhere there trying to play the tribal card. It's just so foolish. And I think people like that should be. That's why I wonder that hate bill that they passed. I don't know what is the use. When some people make comments that is a threat to the harmony and unity of the country, especially from prominent organizations, they should be able to investigate those people and bring them to book. These people will just be there trying to capitalize off a crime because it's happened in a in a different region. It's terrible. It's very bad. And that's to show you that we have a very big problem in our hands. Everybody they're working on, and like what X0 said, if these people feel like it's unknown gunmen, they are so sure. What is is unknown gunmen? Do they have more weapons than the state or than the? They should go and get these people. They should arrest them. They should, bring these people to book and show us. Up to now, they've not told us who committed the crime. What Eskiro was saying yesterday was a different. I saw that video. The guy that was caught is just some random unknown gunman, but it's not connected to what happened
the
to.
Anambra incident.
Yeah, it's not connected. So it means that they've not been able to, to catch the perpetrators of those crimes. So, and that's why I'm saying, as much as I'm not, once they confirm it's unknown gunmen, whether it's terror, whatever, they should bring those people to book. They can't just be telling us unknown gunmen. That's why some people are sometimes are pointing fingers on DSS, on some, some politicians, because how can they be telling us every time unknown gunmen and they are not arresting some of these guys? So we don't understand. You understand? So it just seems like they like shouting on non-gunmen, IPOB, ESN, and they are not really doing the groundwork of bringing these people to book. So anything is possible. We have seen these people spin narratives, so anything is possible. So I'm just going to leave it like that.
All right, thank you, in CBD. So let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat before I take you on to the next talking point. It says, only if Indigbo can bring Should that be if only? If only Indigo can bring their investments outside of the Southeast back home, the Southeast will be the most advanced region in Nigeria without a doubt. So this is thank you for the super chat, Alexander. But this is a space that people often scratch their heads about the Southeast. So, like everybody acknowledges, they invest heavily with the vast expanse of the Nigerian space, but the investment of the Southeasterners within the Southeast itself somewhat Spartan. So why the Spartan investment? And then and we cannot even say it's because there's no economy in the Southeast, because some of the places that they invest in, the economy is next to zero, and they're having to eke out a living in all of these far-flung spaces. So why are they not then parking their investment and their entrepreneurship within their own region to develop it? If only if only Indigo can bring their investment outside of the Southeast back home, the Southeast will be the most advanced region in Nigeria without a doubt. So that is what Alexander muses via super chat. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So did you want to comment on that in CBD?
Yeah, I wanted to comment on
Can I
that.
say something so that
let Sorry go first. Sorry go first. Yeah.
Yes, I want to add for NCBD to answer. Me too. That's something that I've always wondered. Because why do you say that, oh, this one does not like you, this one does not like you, but you have investments there. I don't think Yoruba people, I think the first place a Yoruba man wants to buy land is, if they have money, is the island. Almost Yoruba states. Even though we don't feel like, oh, this person does not like me, this person does not, but we want to invest in our space. So why are Igbo people not investing in the East? They keep saying, "Oh, we're buying land because it's ancestral land," but I don't see any investments, any real investments, big investments. I'm not talking about, oh, you want to build your house in the East and then nobody will be living there. I'm talking about community.
Slowly, but you see, woman, I think it's people. I think that's the narrative out there to a large extent.
Even some of the governors in that space have alarmed to that. Some of the governors in the Southeast, they've alarmed. They've built shopping complexes which are derelict and just filled with rodents and snakes, because no optics, just rotting away. So this is a subsisting narrative, and the cost of doing business is so expensive. So on CBD.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's if you're not that familiar with the Southeast, if you've not lived there, you also believe that narrative word for word. But you see, the truth of the matter is that for me, I spent a lot of years in Anambra, in some time in Owerri, in Onitsha. So you need to understand that all these places I mentioned, there is heavy commercial activities. Aba, nobody can deny that. You go to Aba, people think that Onitsha is probably the most busy, but I will tell you that Aba is just almost, if not even more, in terms of commercial activities, like Onitsha. So we have so much of that because I know Aba very well. So there's a lot of commercial activities, a lot of businesses. There are a lot of people that are millionaires and multi-millionaires that have never left Aba to live anywhere else. I know that for a fact. For a fact, I know that for a fact. So it's there. All those businesses are there. You go to Opuiweka in Anambra, you go to Onitsha, you go to Owerri, you go to all these places. Are they not in the East? So that's what I'm telling you, that it's more like a narrative out there. And the way I look, why I think that narrative is strong out there is because of it just comes down to the point that a lot of Igbos are into business and they're entrepreneurial. And you find out that it's not compared to other tribes where you have maybe not as much people into that kind of into that large scale kind of business of maybe importing, exporting, or whatever. So it doesn't matter how many of them invest at home, they will need to go out, go around Africa, go around the world, any group of people that are known for doing business, or for what trade, commerce, whatever, they always found outside of their community. So the Igbos is not peculiar. This is not peculiar to the Igbos. Go
But
to everywhere.
CBD, I think
Even
I
the
think
Okay,
I understand this what you're saying. You know why I say that?
so
If you go to Lagos Island, most of the big houses owned by Igbos in Lagos Island. All
they
the
so
big
they always, you can't tell me that that the Chinese, because they have a lot of businesses in America, they are not doing business in
They
China.
are
so
heavily, they
so
are heavily
one
invested in
man,
China. The Chinese are heavily invested in China, but till yes,
I just want to add to what
in CBD.
in CBD said. About 2 years ago, I was in Imo State. We went for traditional marriage. A friend of mine got married there. We went to their village. My dear brother, their village is more developed more than, I don't know.
But that's what Sol is saying, that they build these fantastical structures in their villages from money that they are making from outside of their spaces. And they only go to those structures just for Christmas. You know, all those big houses that you see in the communities in the East, they only open it once a year. And that is just to come and show off for Christmas, and off they go again. So no real investment within the space is what people are just befuddled by.
Oh my,
So you are
No,
right.
no, hold on. Let's Theo. Yeah,
The
Theo.
aspect
Alright,
I want
yeah.
to talk about in essence is that these Igbo people you are talking about now, they have done so many investments, both home and abroad. Like what he earlier mentioned about Chinese and other this thing. If you know, Elon Musk is from South Africa. He's the richest
Yes.
man in the world today. But his business is concentrated here in the US and other part of the world, thereby still remitting back to the to South Africa.
It's not
That is why
remitting to South Africa. They've abandoned South Africa alone. You know, the whites left South Africa when the blacks took over.
the name is still there. If you measure Elon Musk today, you measure South Africa. If not that one, you know, is something. So, and one major thing we should also notice that we are also talking about the diaspora remittance. Let's assume Igbo living in the north, living in the wherever, they're also having that remittance back to the east. Are you getting it? And like I said yesterday, I wish I make a call something that an average Igbo man is not poor compared to other states in Nigeria. No, they have been able to establish that fact. And one thing about Igbo people is that they see, like you have earlier pointed it out anyway, they see every part they find themselves.
Why is Chiamaka from Abakaliki West having his pharmacy shop in Jalingo Central rather than Abakaliki East? Hey, why?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's personal.
Maybe I can ask some questions more.
Yeah, go on, Tony. Yeah.
So my guy, this Hausa man Bala. So yeah. So what happened?
Which Hausa man?
Now Bala, no be Bala. They call him Bala.
No, Theo.
I think we should replace.
Okay. Hold on, CBD. So the Igbo man, as long as they are disturbing you.
Before you continue, I want greet you for your language.
Okay, thank you. So you are
okay.
Edo, but you don't hear Edo now. Now Auchi do be Auchi.
Continue your thoughts.
Okay, no wahala.
You did not have to prove yourself to Tony. You know, Tony is alone. You are proving your credentials. Don't prove yourself to Tony. But yeah, carry on.
Okay, thank you, sir. So what I would like to say now is that finally is that as long as they are trying to disturb your people in the north, especially because I know that you are very free to operate in southwest and do Niger Delta region. So because these are your home, these are your home away from home. Why don't you just vacate the north? So long they are bombing your churches. They are like last week when something happened in Sokoto. You see the way they were just breaking all those Igbo shops and Igbo homes. So why you guys not just coming back home? Just come back home and let the economy of the north fall. Thank you, sir.
Tony.
I also agree with Tony because I don't think any Yoruba man will stay in a place where he's not wanted, especially
But
in
wait,
Nigeria.
wait.
It's not like
Okay.
it's not like that. Like what Irene just put on the chat now. One man, they're asking you a question. How many times have you visited home?
Which home? I'm at
But
home.
but this is a minority now. This is a minority case.
Hold on. Sorry, where do you think I'm reaching you from now?
UK.
Who told you that? If I open my window now, I'm in my village, or you're laughing. I mean, or you're laughing. Do you want to hear the cock crow? I'm in my farm in Oyo.
Yeah, I can see your background. Really, it's your background changed.
You have lights.
Yes.
This light that is always behind you, one man, it cannot be from Oyo.
What
is my solar panel something? I'm self-sufficient. I mean, you're laughing.
Yes. With a borehole, and the government is working.
With a borehole, yes.
Let me just conclude by saying, on that issue, by saying, like I said, this is not peculiar to the Igbos. I think maybe we should go and ask God why. Because every single, even this place where I am right now, the dominant business and trade or what tribe, they are mostly found outside their home region. And not like they are mostly, the population in their region is still more, but a lot of them are outside their own region. This is how it is. They go to the same thing with the Jews. Every single place in the world, why are they not telling all of them to go back to Israel? Everywhere you find them, they are the ones doing the business there. They are investing more there than they even invest.
We're back to the Jewish narrative again, Abi.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
So we cannot. We are not alone in that. So it's part of the business. It's part of the. I don't know how do I put it. It's part of the requirements of that business acumen. You understand? So I don't know. We cannot change it.
Sorry, one voice at a time, Charles. Yeah, go on.
But it doesn't mean, like I've given you these examples. I'm telling you that I know so many people that has never left Aba. They've never left. Maybe they live on maybe brief trips and come back or whatever. They've never left Anambra, and these are multi-millionaires. So the narrative is just out there, but it's not all the way the reality, because there's a lot of investment in. I don't know if you've been to WIKE. I don't know if you've been to.
What do you imagine? Do you think I've been there?
Well, I can't be so sure, one man, because at some point you were living in Nigeria now. So
shall I tell you where I've been to in Nigeria? I've been to Ondo once when I went to Nigeria about 3 years ago. I've been to Oyo, of course, which is my homestead, and I've visited Abuja once. So that's it.
Oh, imagine that. Yeah. So you don't even know Nigeria that way, but it's okay.
I know it osmosis by osmosis.
Why is that? If you look at Lagos, why are the rich areas of Lagos owned by the Igbos? Why is that?
Who told you that?
Isn't that? No.
You say what?
The Igbos own banana. The Igbos own Banana Island, Victoria Island.
No, isn't that true? No, even the guy.
The one that Igbo did not own.
No. People just say what I just said.
No. Where are you getting these things you say from? Are you saying the Eagles own Banana Island?
No.
Do they?
But Chad is not in Nigeria now.
It just makes abstract comments. Yeah.
So I think that the charity begins at abroad. In abroad, Igbo charity begins, in abroad instead of to begin at home. That's what you can say. Because I don't see where you'll be facing threat since 2010 or 2009. And then they are this Malala, or is it Mandala Church, born in Niger State, where they started attacking Igbo. And even recently in Sokoto, and I know that all the Benins and the Yorubas have already vacated Sokoto since last 2 weeks. Definitely the one that are remaining. But the Igbo people will still stuck their head there like those flies.
My brother, is the Jewish thing, or I don't know.
But we don't want Jewish. What man don't tell you before? You're African man. You have to be like an African. Go back to your village and invest there. You're something, and that's all. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right. So round up your thoughts in CBD, and then I'll try Obina again. If Obina is no longer with us, then I'll go on to Tony, who so just to then we just explode the place. But let's round up your thoughts.
Yeah. So basically, I think I've said what I need to say about these northern people, some of these group in the north trying to to fish and create chaos where there is no chaos for political reasons. Because when it comes down to the real conflict and and separation, these guys will always back out and start shouting that it's Igbo people that want to divide Nigeria. But now they are the ones that will always try to, to stoke the wood in the fire for that narrative to be out there. But when we are saying, okay, now, okay, let's go now, give these people they will start saying, oh, no, 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 no. So it's just political, and nobody should take them serious. And at the end of the day,
is it political cricum crackum?
exactly, political cricum crackum. According
Political
to
cricum crackum.
Patrick Igiagbo, he has released another statement about ATIKU and WIKE or something
I
like
have
that.
to go and look for that. What's his name again? Patrick what?
Igiagbo or something like that.
What's his name? Is from your region now, Tony. Patrick what?
Patrick Oba Hiagbon.
Something like that.
Oba Hiagbon. No be Obasanjo, no be Obasanjo, no be Obaseki. Oba Hiagbon.
Yeah. So that's what these guys are doing. It's just
now thief. The man is a thief also. He's a thief. He's a political thief also.
All of them are. So
yes, thank you.
Yeah. He's using grammar to cover the thing.
Yeah.
So man, that's what I'm going to say. Like these people, please, nobody should. All the time that these people have been attacking Christian churches, killing people from the south, especially to the people of Igbo, origin, and nobody have called for war. People did not try to politicize it. All of a sudden, an unfortunate incident happened in Anambra, and these people are trying to stop the, they are trying to raise this tension, ethnic tension, and all that. But it's not a new thing. We know how they play their politics there, and it's just so sad. Then I think I also spoke about. I've already spoken about this. But the only thing I wanted to mention was this Stella Odua. This lady, they should not be doing selective. They should not be doing selective political.
Are you being arrested in CBD?
No, I can't be arrested.
Is that is this Rochas Okorocha revisited?
No. They should not be doing selective political, whatever corruption they say they are fighting through EFCC. EFCC, they have almost 200 cases, and at the end of the day, it's only the Yahoo boys that will see them handcuffed. So they should not be doing all those political arrests, and or should I say selective prosecutions. Alison Madueke that we are talking about, one of our major problems was not because of her relationship with Goodluck Jonathan and all that, and they are making it look like now the money that she has stolen will you compare that with quarter of all these people are stealing per day? Now the latest one is that they have gone after the Attorney General and some other guys from Rivers State. They are investigating 420 something billion naira fraud. Imagine that. In Rivers State, I'm telling you, Rivers State, those people, I don't know, they shouldn't even have one single person suffering in that state because of the kind of money that is there. But it's just so sad. So they should, people should just not take these politicians serious, and we need to see them as one. A lot of them, we know the ones that are different. We know Peter Obi, that is trying to save. Trying to do, save the space. So
Operation Save Nigeria,
yeah, Save Nigeria. I put the support here a long time before we even started hearing about his 1 million march and everything. So I already knew him from the beginning that this is the person, Yeah, so that's what I have to say.
All right, thank you, in CBD. So let's see if Obina is still with us. So Obina, are you still there? Okay, I suspected that we may well have gone to sleep. So thank you for your company, Obina. So we go on. Let's go on to Tony. But before we go on to Tony, let's come into Tony via his region and hear from the more senior people in that region to hear what their take is on the goings on within the Nigerian political space. So one of the seniors from Tony's space. So Tony, then this is what the politics is in your region, as we hear from the Honorable.
How to find the cheapest flights on kayak? To kayak.
Sorry, let's just skip that.
Delivered by Honorable Patrick Obayabo to APC delegates and Nigerians on the 25th day of May.
The sound is low, woman.
Is it?
And this press conference is titled, Why the APC and Nigerians Need to Vote for Honorable Rotimi Shibuke Amechi. At a time like this, when Nigeria is at the cusp and threshold of another electoral cycle, it is a moment for well-meaning Nigerians to assist with the provision of a directional compass and torchlight that will hopefully point the way forward for us all. At a time like this, when Nigeria is at the cusp and threshold of another electoral cycle, it is a moment for well-meaning Nigerians to assist with the direction of a searchlight and compass that will hopefully point the way for us all.
Is it all right?
It is against this background that I have decided to call this press conference primarily targeted at APC delegates who are preparing to cast their votes very soon for that presidential candidate that.
All right. So sorry about that. I thought it was going to give us a bit of crickum crackum, but I think it's abandoned the crickum crackum language. So, So to you though, Tony. Tony, that space then, the back and forth threats between the Easterners and the Northerners off the back of what happened to that Igbo lady. So, what are your thoughts on that? To that Hausa Fulani lady, rather. So, what are your thoughts on that? Bullet for bullet is what IPOB is saying to the North.
Yes, sorry. First of all, this guy is no more relevant in the Nigeria political scene. The best man in Edo State right now is this Ozekome, who is defending Nnamdi Kanu. That's just by the wayside. He's a very nice guy, Ozekome. This Mike Ozekome is the main man that is reigning in Edo State right now. You know, he used to appear right now on. You can also invite him, a woman. You can because other platform that I used to feature, they invited him last week. You know, and then he came. He's a nice guy. You can talk, Mike Ozekome. You know the guy now. So then back to the Eastern space right now. Eastern space. You already know that I'm 1,000,000% with them with their statement, because if you don't talk to these people like that, they will not respect you. So it's better for them to. And meanwhile, the unknown government and unknown, nobody know them. So whether they are Bini, they are Igbo, they are Hausa, nobody knows. They are unknown government. So whether they come from Mali, that's the that's the main thing. So they are unknown. In the dictionary, unknown is unknown. So they are not known. So we don't know who exactly is responsible for this organization called unknown government. The ESN, these are people try to protect our land and protect, prevent people from harassment, and then all those things we used to make the measure when they buy people, they do people, you know what I mean. So that is the thing, sir. So they are doing the right thing. So if they had not sent that message now, you could have seen the retaliations already from the North. So it's good that they send that message to let them know that it's gonna be fire for fire, like George Bush. My mentor, I love George Bush, the Junior, who said that bring it on, bring it on. If you cannot bring the terrorists to justice, you bring the justice to them. That is why I want them to, IPOB to send even more stronger language to them. But don't buy nobody. don't threaten, and don't make it. Just send a strong message. They know that you are ready for them, and I want our OPC should also be on the standby right now. Oh, our OPC, our own. They should also try to do something, try to keep something. Thank you, sir.
Tony, a woman, do you know that Tony has you have a real talent. You should be like some kind of comedy commentator,
No, this is not a comedy. This is about people's life. Oh.
No, I know.
Because look, when I go home, I want to go to Onitsha. I want to go to Okolobia to go and eat Ishewu. So if anybody is going to disturb me,
are you sure you are going home?
why not? Now you there far. Me, I'm not there too far now. I can drive through Morocco, through Turkey, through Turkey. And then, I don't speak their language. I don't speak Arabic. I get Arabic child here now. One small child, 3 years old. Arabic woman. I get child with them.
I yet to hate the Arabs so much.
No, I don't hate them. I love their women because that uniform they feed them. But our women, black women, when they wear this all this hijab, they look ugly. They look ugly. But if Arab woman dresses with that, because that's their culture, not to do with religion, they look so sweet. They look so sweet. When I see them, my DC, they get up. You know what I mean? My koboko. So but
settle down.
But if all these black women wear that thing here, me myself at the day I know it because they look ugly. They look ugly. But Arab women, when they dress with that thing, if you see them, they are very pretty. With their this their long dress when they wear.
All right. Yeah. So let's not go. let's So to the Peter Obi then leaving the PDP, your thoughts on that, Tony?
Yes, sir. Very good. Very good move. But you should move further. I want to completely vacate the political scene, and then tell the world somehow that Nigeria people, they are practicing politics. They are practicing money politics, and then killing politics, and the mafia politics, and they try to expose them. And then I wonder where Soshomole that said that his case not taking, he will tell us who is in the Aso Rock. Let him come out and tell them who is there, and let Peter Obi go to the world and tell them that the political system in Nigeria is not a political system. It's a federal country, but they are not running federal system. They are buying vote from delegates, and they will see buy people, the voters later. So let us expose them. Let it just vacate the political scene because Nigeria's political scene is too toxic.
All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. Let's go to Igor, who hopefully is still with us. So Igor, are you still there? All right, let's go to Thomas. Thomas, you've just joined us. So Thomas, are you there?
Yes, I've been trying to come in, one man. There is 9 people on the chat in the room, but I want to be the 10th, but I was unable to come in, saying full house.
Okay, you're in now. So thank you for joining us. So on the Peter Obi narrative, then you've heard the backdrop. So now share your thoughts.
One man, to me, the man has committed a political fraud. What do I mean by political fraud? The man on the platform of PDP, he used the platform of PDP, even though he knew that he's moving from PDP. He has used the platform of PDP to campaign. He claimed he has been in 36 states. I don't think maybe it's wrong with that. He has been to 36 states. 35.
Minus
35. Oh yes. 35 with PDP name. Now the man is jumping gun. We know the handwriting is on the wall. Everybody know. PDP will not give him that ticket. We know. Everybody know. They are not going to grant him that ticket because the man is an upright man. He doesn't want to bribe. But what do we have in Nigeria? It is money politics. But I could even like the guy to stay in PDP, to play that politics of I'm not going to pay you. And let us see, and let people see him as a upright man that will not pay, just be in that party. Prove to people that I'm not going to pay anybody, and continue to shame those people that are playing this money politics. But for him to move, to me, its political relevance is gone. To me, that's my opinion. Because you can't say you are going to PD. He has the chance, more chance in PDP, more than NNP or Labour Party. So he has more chance in PDP. One man. To me, I'm not happy with him. To me, I'm not happy with him because I expect him. You want to say something?
Yeah, breaking up somewhat, but I was going to ask you the question that I asked virtually everybody else on that space. So what Peter Obi has done now, and I think I can almost anticipate your answer, but what Peter Obi has done now, in your view, is it a political master stroke or an act of cowardice? Is it a political
It's the act of cowardice. The guy is coward. It's the act of cowardice. Stay there, fight it out. Even though you know they are not going to give you that ticket, but stay there. Let them know I'm not going to bribe anybody, but I'm still be here. Yes.
Thomas, can I interject, please?
Yes, you can interject, my brother. I'm not happy with him at all.
Wait,
I'm not happy with him.
So you are angry that Peter Obi left PDP and went to another party? You are angry that he didn't pay bribe to pay delegates? Which one are you angry at? Because to remain in PDP means he's going to pay bribes to delegates.
What I'm saying, my brother, is we know him is not the person that will pay money, but still be in that party, prove to them that I am not going to pay you, but I have the relevance, I have the change, I have everything that is stake to change this country. Are you telling me Labour Party?
We're not aware of what Namadi Sambo, the former deputy president, former vice president, his son wants to go for Senate.
I know. We treat that last
yesterday. He bribed people 1.5 million, but some other people bribed them more, so they voted for those people.
My brother, you should. Maybe you don't understand me. We know that Peter Obi will not bribe anyone. We know that. He has been saying that. He even castigating people in the PDP, how they are spending dollars, and people are suffering. We know that. But going to another party, to me, it sounds like a coward man. Face them. Tell them, I'm not going to pay you. Expose anybody that is paying delegates. Stay there.
So how will he not get the votes now?
What do you say?
How will he not get the votes?
Thomas, please don't read the comments.
I'm not reading comments. I'm not reading comments.
Speak freely.
So how will he not get the delegate vote, the party?
My brother, we are not going to give him. I've said it. If you listen to me very well, they are not going to give him because he's not ready to share money. But still be there. Let's change this paradigm of money politics.
So
if I'm a delegate in PDP,
are the delegates going to vote him?
Thomas,
yes,
thank you for your contribution so far. There is a new law now that Buhari have not been able to sign into law. In that case, they have reduced the number of delegates to about 800 and something delegates, isn't it? So with that now, it will be easier.
Sorry. Let me just correct you on that space.
Okay, thank you.
Let me correct you on that space. There's an anomaly in the new electoral law that debars statutory delegates. So that narrows it to that round about 800. But the correction to it has already been done in the houses, waiting for Buhari to assent. So he's not yet assented to it. So as it subsists now, it's elected delegates with the exemption of statutory delegates that gets to vote. So that's the
okay, sir. Okay, how many numbers is it to be now if he refuses to sign?
I don't know the numbers exactly, but that's
it's
the law.
not if it's going to be that 800 and something delegates, it will be easier for people that have the money to bribe. It will be easier. So that makes Obi just look, and then I cannot continue here. Then he find his way.
But I think we've lost Thomas temporarily. Maybe system dropped or something. But we got a super sticker from Michael. I can't quite make out your last name, so let me put you on another screen. So we got a super sticker from Michael Fabunwo. Michael Fabunwo. Hopefully I pronounced that right. So thank you for that, Michael. But that space that Thomas was speaking to before his system dropped. So there is a narrative that holds that because he couldn't handle the fight, he cut and ran. So is it an act of bravery or an act of cowardice? Is one of the narratives that people are musing over. You know, he knew it was money politics all the way through, and he wanted to test integrity versus that, but he did not afford us the opportunity to have that test by cutting and running. Oh, are you there?
Yeah, Thomas
Phil.
is not.
Okay,
no, you were the one.
Okay,
so sorry,
fine.
I think Thomas. Yeah.
Yeah, Wama, thank you so
go
much.
on. Go on until
Thank you so much. Initially, he thought, based on what the APC government have led Nigeria to, the poverty rate, the insecurity, and he think that they will learn lesson from that. Having lost power for the past 8 years now, having been in opposition for the past 8 years, that they will correct their wrong, being on what based on what they have done in the past. Remember, who have got it to Buhari if Goodluck Jonathan have done well. So they now find out, okay, he now find out that, okay, if all these people now realize their mistake, maybe they will not go to this length of sharing money. At the end of the day, during this campaign, especially this last moment, he found out that at least he's trying to come to correct some issues. And the people, the aspirants, are not spending more money in buying delegates. He came out with one idea with his mind. Okay,
are you saying he's politically naive?
For me, I think he's be smart.
Which smart, my brother?
Okay, sir.
Which smart?
Okay, the smartness now here is that when you is a narrative. When you watch the narrative, you find out that, okay, the people are with you, and they're what we call a strong candidate, a weak aspirant. Peter Obi is a weak aspirant, but a strong candidate. In other words, if you talk about a strong candidate, you are talking about the ATIKU, yes, on WIKE. Those are strong aspirants, but they are weak candidates. Weak candidates in the sense that the masses, they don't have the masses, but Peter Obi might have the masses. But when you talk about the delegate needs the money, which Peter Obi is not ready. That makes him a weak aspirant, but a strong candidate. And it takes a strong candidate to win the general election. That is where the PDP are missing it. Now, when you look at this scenario, you now find out that, okay, he will not be able to clinch this PDP presidential ticket. And if he waits till after primary, he will not be able to move to any other party again. And if he maybe not join them, automatically his reputation will be ruined. So he had to leave. Now that the
one man, my brother, one man. Remember the last time you said we should rate 5? Do you see why I gave this man number 5?
Okay.
Can I interject, please?
It's too weak.
Hold on. Let Thomas land his point, then we hear from Joseph. Yeah,
Thomas.
It's
too weak.
Continue.
Yes, you come back, my brother. It's my flaw. My network went off. Okay, the man is too weak for me. Fight it with them. Fight it. Expose anybody sharing dollar. We said we want to change this paradigm of money politics. Then you are an identity of you are not doing money politics, and people know you for that. But stand by it. Fight them to finish. Expose anybody playing politics of paying delegates. So to me, the man disappoints me. I'm very disappointed.
He does not have the power. He does not have the power to punish anybody who is spending dollars. But remember,
I'm saying
hold on.
I'm not saying to punish them.
Hold on. Theo, carry on. Yeah.
Remember the statement he made that if he's elected the president of Nigeria, if any government official spending dollar will be jail. Is that not bold? Is not bold enough for making that statement? Even to his own, if he watches his own campaign.
But what Thomas is saying is that's very laudable and applaudable as a stance, but he did not back it up by standing on those grounds within that party.
He cannot, one man. Reason being that he will just talk like the way you and I is talking. No action, nothing will happen. It's like you are just there, just talking like the way show worry. Another people are talking. Nothing will happen. They just see like WIKE will just come and don't manage, just a theoretical man. That's what they will say. Imagine he's in government. He will like what happened in Anambra. Said like one of your person here, Obina. He said something regarding Anambra. How the elite were not even happy with him. Why? He was able to perfect his plan because he's in government. You cannot do that now.
But my brother, where he's going now? Is he going to win an election? Is he going to win?
Okay, sir. In response to that,
no. No. Just yes or no. Is he going to win?
Yes.
No,
yes.
Let him answer. You've put him a question.
Yes, winning an election does not need any political party to win an election. Though you need political party in the first place, but it's the people you need. Like I make reference to Edo State election when I discussed earlier. Regard those people in APC voted for Obaseki in PDP, not because of the political. They were not looking at the political party. If he come up with a strong idea, strong narrative, everything, don't be surprised. People in PDP, APC, they will also vote for. So we are talking about better Nigerian, brother.
All right, let's hear from Joseph. Let's hear from Joseph. Joseph, you wanted to come in. So, Joseph, good to have you.
Yeah, good evening, woman, and good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, I just want to chip in about Peter Obi.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, Peter Obi have seen it that this is what he wanted to do. It won't be possible in PDP because, and within 1 week to this time, he's not likely going to win. So, which means power will leave him. That is why he has to move. Though the move is not act of cowardice. The only thing is that all the parties in Nigeria, they are never based on ideology. He moved with the hope that, okay, if I'm chosen in Labour, then I will be at par with anybody from PDP, APC. But if he doesn't move, he has already seen the red light that is not going to win anything from the PDP, in which they are ready to slug it out with maybe we were talking about $10,000 for each one, and he was not ready. What Peter Obi was trying to play in Nigeria is the ideal way of playing politics, that you don't need to spend money. But in Nigeria area, is never so. So it's trying to bring in a new system that we can play this politics without spending all this money, dollarize the whole of Nigeria, and all the delegates we go home with millions of naira or whatever. Now, someone was saying, oh, you can take their money and vote for your conscience. Let's be factual with ourselves. None of the delegates can vote for their conscience. None. They only vote for money, for the highest bidder. Because we saw what happened with the former vice president's son. Each one with 1.5 million, the other one with 2.2 million, the other one with 3.5 million. And the 3.5 million had the highest delegate or won because of the money. They didn't vote for their conscience. None of them has any conscience. None of them. what he was trying to do, Peter Obi, was to just show the world that this is the way to do things. We are doing it in a wrong way. Nigeria is doing it in a wrong way, a complete wrong way. But because of the money bags, they are pushing back seriously. And that's why he has to move. If they should pick him in Labour Party, then he will be a candidate for them.
All the indications are that it's going to go to NNPP. That is what all the headlines are suggesting.
Then, if they pick him in NNPP and he's having someone from Northwest as the deputy, there is every chance that he's going to have a bigger vote.
What they are permutating, Joseph, is an Obi lead and a Kwakwanso vice. This is what they are putting out in NNPP.
Yes, which to me is a smart move, but like I said, it's because they don't have any ideology. In a senile country or environment, what they do, they will just stay there and then they forget about the whole thing. Either they withdraw and just stay in that party. But moving around, he only moved because of Nigerian environment, and just it's a smart move. It's not out of cowardice.
Would you suggest that Peter Obi leaving the PDP marks the end of his any real presidential ambition that he has? So it will be more like an activist vote. Does it make him an activist now?
I don't think so, because in that PDP, they still have a lot of problems depending on who they will pick now. They still have, so there may likely be an implosion. And then if you also look at APC with Jonathan coming in, which his move is treacherous anyway, but for him coming in with all the moves we have seen, is going to break that party also, because I'm sure they don't want Tinubu, and Tinubu will not step down for anyone. Unless, so they are going, the two parties are likely going to break. We are looking at in the next 1 week what may happen. So for him to have moved, I don't think that is the end of his career, because if you look at all of them,
not his career, but any realistic thrust towards the presidency in 2023.
Yeah,
this is the end of it.
Yeah, but if you look at most of them, they have crisscrossed maybe 2 or 3 or 4 parties, almost 3 times. Like ATIKU went to maybe APC or whatever, came back to PDP, went back and forth. Yes. So, and he's still back to PDP now. So if you look at what WIKE was saying, that some people, they think they are the owner of the party, they just left the party, and then they are now coming back, that they are the preferred candidate. So
are you still optimistic that there's a chance of WIKE being, not WIKE, but Peter Obi, are you still optimistic that there's a chance of Peter Obi being the president of Nigeria come 2023?
Well, I'm still very optimistic anyway. Although that is not my line of thought, or that is not where I put up with. Mine is Yoruba nation anyway. But if we have to look at what is on ground, I'm still seeing Peter Obi in that race strongly.
You think so?
Strongly.
Is that more in hope than in expectation?
No, the reason
is that wishful thinking.
Let's look at it this way. Kwakwanso has a very big, big candidate in Northwest, and in which he can pull a lot from Northeast and North Central, because APC is likely going to break into pieces. Now, if that is the case, in the Southeast, he will be able to garner a lot of candidates from that place. And I'm sure in the Southwest, because of the anger that they may not likely pick Tinubu, he may have some other candidates from that end or delegates. So to me, I still see that he's likely going to have a strong stand.
Okay, so hold on. To the question that I've been asking everybody on that space, Joseph,
okay.
But I think somewhat I can guess at your answer. But do you think this move made by Peter Obi today, do you think it was a political master stroke or an act of cowardice?
Yeah, I think I've answered that it's not an act of cowardice.
Oh yeah, okay.
No.
Yeah, Woman.
Yeah, go on.
I wanted to just make known to everybody. You guys remember a guy called Jimmy Agbaje?
Carry on.
Yes, he was a Lagos politician. In fact, he fought under another party and then he decided to go into a bigger platform. So he moved to the PDP and fought till the last for Lagos governorship. And that was the time, the election that was so narrowly won by, I think, the last governor before Sanwo-Olu. You know, so I think what Peter Obi is trying to do here is to give it his all, so that he would never have that regret. You know what they call giving it? There's this word for it, a closure, so that he knows he stood for this election, he gave it his all, and now he's going out to relax if he fails. But if it goes well for him, he goes to lead the country in the right path. I think that's the perfect move he just did. You know, give it closer once and for all.
All right, thank you, Xero. So let's hear from Sonny, who I think, who I suspect wants to speak to that Peter Obi space. So I gather just my guessing to it that you want to share thoughts about Peter Obi. So Sonny, good to have you. There's really only one news of the day. Peter Obi leaves the PDP, destination unknown. Your thoughts on that, Sonny?
Yes. Can everybody hear me?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Okay. Yes, I'm calling from the United States of Oklahoma. Of United States of America, Oklahoma to be precise. So it is to me it's a welcome.
United States of America.
Yes.
Is that as opposed to the United States of Ghana? Carry on. That's just me being cheeky. Carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a welcoming idea, because if we need to change the situation of that country, then he needs to, because he's running, like, if you see what he's doing, he's running like a solo campaign. Even though he was in the platform of the PDP, he was just there because the law demands that you need to be in a platform. So, but his ideas, like what the interview he had on Sunday, like he said, people don't like it when he said that they are sharing dollar, but he still say it always see. So he's running a solo campaign, like whatever it takes. If they don't want me, I don't care. But what I know is good for me and the country, that's what I'm going to do, irrespective of what. You see, so that's just my tip also. And then I really want to, because this is my first time here, but I've been a silent listener. So I really want to thank you and appreciate you for this platform. You know, it is going places and people are people are hearing us, so it is really loud. So I would want to beg, at least for the participants, if you're coming online or if you're coming live, try as much as possible if you can to be on camera, because people are watching. We don't just want to be hearing voices out of the blues. So at least like in CBD, I should know you, like X0, I should know you, and so forth and so. So if I see you somewhere, I will know that, oh, this is somebody, because we are narrating thoughts as well, because we are, making people aware of what is going on in a society, even particularly Nigeria. So that's what I just want to play with us. If you can do that.
Yes, that's a space. You see, one of the things that when I first started, I started with the thought that, if people want to be anonymous, they can be anonymous because not everybody wants to, be on the screen. But latterly, I just thought for the optics, people should be able to stand by their words. People should be able to, you have to say it and be seen to say it. You know, but because I've already opened that space that you can be anonymous, I don't want to enforce it too hard. No, you know, but yes, I do agree with you that it's better for the optics if people can see.
It's not a radio, so you are watching. So we need to see people talk.
But somebody like Nsibidi who is so paranoid, is scared of his own shadow. Never mind.
I wouldn't show that guy is not a government agent.
Sonny Ezima, I greet you. This is what Pete. I greet you from Japan. How are you?
Okay.
So why is it that it's only a CBD and a zero name you called? Because I said because they are Igbos.
Not that. Oh, sorry.
I'm joking.
Yesterday. Those are the people that I hear their voice a lot because they always interject.
It's okay. I'm just kidding.
And do you want to encourage Nsibidi not to be so tribal with everything? Do you want to? We've been encouraging him, but he doesn't listen.
No, but if he has been listening, I'm sure he knows I'm not tribal.
And no, he's coming here to give you a warning. All right. So now we have you, Sonny. Your thoughts on the space of the back and forth between the IPOB movement and the coalition from the east, off the back of what happened to that lady and her children in Anambra State.
Yeah, I think it's a very sad situation. No matter what it is, it's a very, very sad situation. I couldn't even watch the video because it's too, for me, it's barbaric. It's barbaric no matter what. So nobody, even if they do what, it's so barbaric. So, but we are trying to make our people to understand, especially we that we are in the Western world, we have seen life, we have known life, we know the value of life here, no matter what, even if your cat or your dog, they will call an ambulance for them. So what about human beings? So we, especially on this side of the world, we should try and tell our people that life is very, very important. And that's the only unique thing that God has given each and every one. So if you can take the life of belief, you yourself needs to believe it. So the security in place should really do something in place. That's, yeah, no matter what. I come from that area, but I cannot condone that. It's beyond reproach.
All right, thank you, Sonny. Stay with us for as long as you can. Let's go on to World Peace so that we would have sampled all the opinions. And then I want to go after World Peace back to Joseph to hear his thoughts about the Stella Odua narrative. But first we go to World Peace to have him give us his soundings about the news of the day. The Peter Obi space, World Peace.
I greet everybody. Sorry, I couldn't enter this program through by Facebook, so I have to come through YouTube. Anyway, Peter Obi leaving PDP is not new. He left ABGA before, so leaving PDP now is not a new thing. It's politics. Politics is interest, politics of interest. So it's okay. That one is not a big deal for me. But I was not. I would say I was a little bit surprised, but I was not shocked. But I doubt where it's going to. I don't know where it's going to. If it's NNPP, as you're saying, or Labour, we don't know yet. But anyway, it's going to. Congratulations to him. So he believes.
Go on. Yeah.
He believes he's not going to get the ticket in PDP, which was obviously clear that ATIKU and WIKE own that space. And he's not ready to spend money. Nigerian politics or African politics, unfortunately, is money. It's money politics. Even the Americans we are talking about is still money politics, just that they don't have control. And the ideology that he's trying to sell, of course, is good, but Nigeria is not ready for that ideology in the next 50 years.
No, I don't know. 50. 50 is a long time.
Maybe, but I don't know if anybody knows about Bernie Sanders in Democrat Party in America. It's someone like somebody like Peter Obi to have great ideology. What happened to him in Democrat primaries? They edged him out all the time. He tried to run for it. No, I said Bernie Sanders.
Money is an integral part of politics.
In all about the world.
You can't escape that.
You can't escape that. Even America, they raise funds.
The problem with Sanders was that he was too far left. And you
I
know,
said Bernie Sanders and Peter Obi is almost the same ideology. Go after the big corporation, do this good, do this, don't spend money.
No, please, there are two different.
yeah,
Bernie Sanders is socialist now.
He's too far left. Yeah,
He's taking
Yeah,
on
thank you.
According to American politics, Bernie Sanders is like almost similar to Peter Obi, that who doesn't want to spend money, who wants to reform, who don't want big corporation be taking over. Yeah, I know what I'm saying, my dear.
But
So,
the money aspect, where did it come in? Where does
but
the
Bernie
money
Sanders did not
aspect
spend
come in?
money too, but Bernie Sanders don't have money to spend too. He was going to reform American politics, just the way Peter Obi wants to reform Nigeria politics. So, but today, you see what Bernie Sanders is. He's still there in the Senate.
I have an interview for that, please.
So, I'm not surprised about Peter Obi. Nigeria is not ready for Peter Obi yet. It's not Peter Obi's fault. Just Nigeria, which Nigerians fault and the cabals. That I see. But moving up and down is not a good idea.
Hold on. I think Sonny wants to take on what you just said. Did you want to take on what Walt Peace just said?
Yes. In American politics, the money is always there because the masses donate, even corporations. So it's not about the money, because the money will always come out. It is about your policies. That's why, because you cannot compare American politics and Nigerian politics. For example, they are two different things, because, for example, in Nigeria, no party has a policy, no party has like an ideology. Everything goes around. It's just a person. Because of Bernie Sanders, he's too far left, and in America, you have the Republican Party and the Democrat Party, the two main parties. So Bernie Sanders was the Democrat, but he was too far left. So there are some people in his party, the Democratic Party, they were in the middle. So those were the people that he needed to will. But even if you will those people, the Republicans, they are too far right. So it will be very, very difficult to pull them. So Bernie Sanders has a good idea. Peter Obi has a good idea, but you cannot compare them.
Exactly. My brother, I think it's just for him to understand better. Just, for example,
listen,
what is as far as the
listen.
way Japan is from Nigeria, you see that distance.
Let's not label American politics too much, but respond and then carry on with the.
Yeah, I see what I was trying to say. I was just making ideology example. Bernie Sanders has a good ideology for America. Is it far left or far right? Is that not the issue I was trying to make? What I was trying to say, he has a good ideology for American politics. Same with Peter Obi. But today, look at both of them. The Nigerian and the America is not ready for them yet. That was just my example. It does not mean the American politics and Nigeria is the same. Anyway, Peter Obi moving to new parties, I'm not surprised because he's used to it. And but to me, it's like he will start to build all over again. If you move to NNPP party is not a party that wants to get the presidency for Nigeria. Now they want to create their own structure. From my own understanding, they want to build their structure step by step from the northern space, then they build it down to the south or middle belt, maybe in 5 years or in 7 years. So if it goes there, I'm not saying winning the presidency, maybe try just to put the structure on the ground. If you go to SDP, same thing. The people that can win presidency right now in Nigeria is still APC and PDP. I said the people in Nigeria, Nigerian people decide to vote otherwise. If not, if still money politics, those are the two parties I see that will win the next presidency.
Hold on. If you are given the opportunity,
hold on.
I want to ask a question.
Can you, when I say hold on, that includes you. That's one at a time. So you are Theo.
Okay. What piece? Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay. If you are given the opportunity, let's assume you are voting today. Peter B is on the ballot, WIKE is on the ballot, ATIKU is on the ballot, and Tinubu is on the ballot. Who will you vote for? Sincerely.
Yeah. If I should answer you correctly, honestly, I'll vote my conscience, which I can vote anybody as my conscience. But we should not use logic here. The way Nigerian space is right now, we know those things will not happen. The PDP and the APC control.
My brother, is already happening in PDP. ATIKU versus.
Listen,
wait. Listen to the question first. It's a question. ATIKU versus WIKE. Since we are all shouting money politics is the only solution. So ATIKU versus WIKE. So who will get the primary ticket?
Listen, I said it.
Sorry. Just to Sonny's invitation for people to switch on their cameras. Anybody that is comfortable doing that should. Just for the optics, but back to you, Walpace.
Yeah, just give. Okay, hold on. Let me give this little man. Hold on, please. I'll answer you in the next 2 seconds.
All right, thank you.
I'll say something while he's doing this.
Yeah, go on next, Zero.
Yes,
go on next, Zero.
Yeah, I don't like it when people say the two leading parties. We can see already that there's no leading party anymore.
No. Let's not do that. They are leading parties.
Hold on. Let me land. Can't we see already that in APC there is Tinubu, there is Ogbonna, there is Amechi, there is Jonathan, and the party is going to pick one, and definitely the others are going to pull out. That party, we have said it before here, that party is going to...
we have two leading parties in Nigeria. They are the APC and the PDP. They are so big, they are 1 million miles in size and reach. So we have two big parties now. We cannot say otherwise.
Tell me how the PDP is going to retain that its capacity when WIKE and ATIKU pull out their resources and their influence.
Well, I don't know, but I don't know that they have, and I don't know that they will. And until they do,
pull out their influence.
Yeah, one man, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, Zero, I'll answer you. Mr. I can't see your this time. I'm chatting from YouTube, so I'm not seeing your name clearly. The new guy with T, my brother, I think from Edo State.
Theo Bala. Yeah.
Theo Bala.
Yeah.
So your question is, yes, honestly, I'll vote anybody. I'll vote my conscience. If none of them is my conscience, I'll vote anybody. But unfortunately, Nigeria politics right now is not based on logic.
No,
it's based on.
Okay, you know why I say so? Sometimes maybe we are abroad. We feel that people in Nigeria, they don't know what they are doing, because we feel say most of the people are hungry. They don't know what they are doing.
No. I'm not going.
Hold on. Please now. Just let him land.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason why I say so is saying that. On my clear eye, people collected money. This Nigeria we are even talking about, this Nigeria collected money and voted the opposite.
No, you are still citing the Edo State space, which was an anomaly within the Nigerian paradigm.
No, my whole point is that what I'm trying to say in essence is that as we are all enlightening, so also other people in Nigeria also are enlightening.
Are you joking? Who is enlightened in Nigeria? what are you talking about? Do they even have lights to be enlightened? People that don't have light are enlightened. Look at this guy.
One man. Let me tell you.
Maybe your fault too. Who is enlightened in Nigeria?
Only ego is enlightened in Nigeria.
Road just not for Edo State. No road for Edo State to woman.
Forget about that one.
Now the road when I will build those days. Nice day.
Let you finish the question. May I answer around?
Okay, fine. In regard to enlighten me and all that, please just see on the due to the internet and every other thing, just remove that one. They're even more wiser than people in the US or Canada anywhere you find yourself.
But not in the UK.
Okay. Let me answer you.
It's coming from the original.
Hold on. What pace? You have to allow the space for somebody to put it to you. You just
sorry.
Let him put it to you. Yeah. Have you put it to him too?
And anyway, they are confused me. Continue with your
okay. I address that, and then I want to put a question to you, World Peace, and then equally to Sonny, and then I might start to round up here.
Okay, Theo, see the one man happened to help me to answer a bit of your question, and the other bit half. Let me just quickly use another example to answer you. You see, when I do state finish election, we did that something phenomenal and fabulous that nobody have seen before in Nigeria. Rejected money and vote our conscience. The next election that came up was Anambra. What happened? People was collecting 500 naira.
Ondo State, my brother. Ondo State was the next one.
Ondo State passed. Yeah. Anambra came through. People was collecting 500 naira and more to vote with their conscience. So if it happened at those states,
to vote who?
Listen, don't be tribal. I'm just making a general example.
Settle down now, please.
To vote away their conscience. So what did you say? It could happen at those states. It might not happen in other states. This is Nigeria. This is national presidency. Is different from one tiny space that you can really focus and pressure that space. But in Nigeria, you have to talk to different ethnic tribe and all that. People have different ideologies. You'll be hearing what is happening in PDP since in Delta State, how they shed money, how they betray one another. Who shared the highest money got the highest delegate. You know? So when it comes to presidency right now, it's not how you think it. People will think first, they'll think along tribal line, ethnic line, religious line, and their own stomach line. So Nigeria is not ready yet for that. So you have to play the way it is right now so that you can get in and change it from inside. You understand? That's my answer to you.
Oh, all right, thank you. So I want to put a question to you, World Peace, and to Sonia as well. It's a question that I asked everybody on the Peter Obi space. So the Peter Obi move today, is it a master stroke political move or an act of cowardice? So first to you, World Peace, and then Sonia. Sonia did not get to answer that, so he answers this as well. So a master stroke political move or an act of cowardice?
To me, it's an act of cowardice.
Because
if you cannot stay in one place and build, you keep jumping every time now and then nobody will take you serious. Because Nigeria is not serious, that's why it's not taking. We're not thinking of taking Peter Obi serious. If in the Western world you start jumping from party to party, people will not take you serious, regardless of your ideology. Your time will come in PDP. If it does not now, you are still young. You wait, build with it, and your time will come. You jump from AGA, now PDP. Now next you're going to NNPP. NNPP, you don't get your way, you jump again. Where next? Where will be the next? So to me, it's out of cowardice. That's not a true politician.
All right, thank you. So, and hold on. The same question to Sonny. So Peter Obi's move, a master stroke political maneuver or an act of cowardice, Sonny?
No, I don't think it's an act of, because for example, Peter Obi know that he was not he with the gang up, like they said, he will never get the ticket from the PDP. And if you look the way the country is going, after 2023, the country will implode. It will divide, whether you like it or not. If the right person does not come in, the country will divide. Even if the right person come in, the problem is you lose the right person, the country will. So it's not an act of cowardice, because all of them that are running, they know that this is their last chance, because Nigeria is shifting. So probably from next election or the next 8 years, they'll be looking out of somebody that is, that the age is not 60 and above. They'll be looking from 60 and below. So it's not an act of cowardice. Everybody is getting at the shot. So it's a good move for me, because no matter what he does, he was never going to get a ticket of PDP. So it's a good move.
So do you think this move that he has made ends just in realistic terms any prospects of him being president of Nigeria in 2023?
I don't think so. But the thing is, it depends on the masses. And it depends, that's where we come now to enlighten them, like, hey, this is the person that, if at all you want to vote, this is the person that you really need to vote. I don't think so, because everybody in Nigeria is tired. And he seems to be the only one that is preferring solution. So, and everybody is looking in his direction. Nobody will really listen to him, 2 or 3 of them, and don't change your mind. So he seems the one to be pulling the crowd. And the election is still far. We have close to 10 months or 11 months. So things can change.
All right. I think we have roughly about 9 months or 10 months, like you said. But in CBD, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I was just going to say the contradiction, because when you asked my brother earlier on, he said everything is okay, somebody should not, it's a political move, he doesn't have a problem with that, and now he's saying it's an act of cowardice. So we should pick a stand and let us speak to
when it comes to Igbo, you are so very sentimental.
Hey God! So you can't have a simple conversation with this guy.
Than me. I always act, so I can speak I can read your words before it even come out.
My
You're
brother,
so
why?
very sentimental. Speak to the space. Speak on what's on ground. Speak to what's on ground. We are following CBD bumper to bumper. You know me. The CBD.
You've seen how it is when somebody is following somebody in the back.
All right. All right. Settle down. Settle down. So thank you. So gentlemen, I want to seek to start to round off now. I think we've had a good go at most of the talking points, and really a very engaging session. Without doubt, the highest concurrent viewership we've had in my memory. So that's been good. And this really the result of all that click on like that I hammer on about. So you don't have to take my word for it that it makes an impact. You can see it on your screens. If you are new to the space, this is what we do every single day. 9:35 UK time, we gather to discuss all matters Nigeria. The conversation usually of this high-falutin, high-functioning, not high-falutin, but high-functioning quality with different characters with divergent opinions trying to come together to agree at a central point. So this is what we do every day. So please avail yourself of it. So 9:35 UK time tomorrow, we gather to do it again. If you're new to the space, then click on the usual things that you click on this type of spaces. Make sure you are subscribed and make sure you have thumbed up the, click on the like button because that's what brought you here. So that will bring others here. So the next time I'm saying we have 5,000 concurrent, 10,000 concurrent, and then we really push hard to have our voice impact on that political space. So that's the whole objective. So we round off to land on Sonny, who has come to delight us with his knowledge today. But we kick it off first with our Theo Bala, who also came in for the first time to delight us with his thoughts. So Theo Bala, it's just a short little window to you speak without interruption and just round off thoughts. So not going through all the talking points, but just a final word. Your final word, Theo Bala.
Okay. I want to first of all commend Peter Obi for this great move, for standing by his word, for not playing to the gallery, for supporting, for ensuring that Nigeria become a better place. I want to use this opportunity to appeal to Showore, Mogalu, and others for them to collide their structure and join Obi to fight this fight. And to every Nigerian, they should follow Obi anywhere he go. I'm there for him. Thank you.
All right. It reminds me of a song by Skepta. There's a musical grime. There's a big UK musical grime artist called Skepta. He's actually of Nigerian birth. He goes everywhere I go, I make the gang go. So everywhere he goes.
For the boy better know.
Can you hold on, Tony? Come on, man. Come on, please now, Tony. So thank you, Theo Bala. Let's go to Tony then and just so do that. So Tony, final words.
Okay, sorry, that is my musical group, all the family, Boy Better Know group. Yes, thank you. I love them too much. I think get their music here now. Okay, thank you everybody, and then our, Omo Ijoba when you come to this Sonny, Cabo, Okay, sir. Good night, everybody. Thank you very much. And then I'm highly impressed because the first time really the likes button have been pushed to a very high level tonight. I'm very glad, I'm going to have a very nice sleep tonight for that. Thank you very much, sir. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. So that's Tony, one of the traditional voices on the platform. We cater for all voices. No matter how out there your thoughts are, you'll find a home for it here. So that's Tony, who always tells us that all this nonsense you're talking about, this is really the real problem, always wanting to point us to what he considers to be the real problem. So that's Tony, who joins us fairly regularly. So from Tony, we go on to Igo, who joins us from Lagos. So Igo, are you still with us? Igo, you know the routine, if you are still there. Oh, okay, I think we've lost Igo. Okay, so thank you, Igo, for your company. So from Igo, we go on to Xero, who's been spending more and more time with us to our delight. So Xero, you know the routine.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I have just three messages to send. First, to remind people at World Peace and everybody that as time goes by, you're going to fall in line. Peter Obi is not a coward, but he rather got a very good opportunity to switch before deadline, and he did that. And we're going to see in due course why he did that. Two, the only logical place I think Peter Obi is heading to is Labour Party, because everything there just gives him that it rhymes with his messages. And Patutomi is a man that sounds like Peter Obi. And then 3, I only wish, my biggest wish is that everybody on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and the social media can vote. That's just a wishful thinking. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Xero. I see you are lining yourself up for your next I Told You So. I see your game. You are lining yourself up to come back and say I told you so.
You know where it's going. Everything's going to come through.
All right, thank you, Xero. The prophet now of the platform. So thank you, Xero. So from Xero, let's go on to let's go on to Thomas. Thomas has been in and out. I think network problems from Australia, but we have him now, so we hear his words. Thomas, you know the routine.
Oh, it pains me. The network is so bad. I was so key to the talking point, but more or less, in my opinion, Peter Obi, that's a coward move. To me, that's a coward move. He should have faced them, fight them, tell them I'm not paying any delegates. If you want to vote for me, vote for me. Let it be that change everybody is clamoring for, to change the paradigms on all these Ghana must go politicians. But he has lost it. To me, he has lost it totally, because it's these two parties. He has the chance. PDP, he has the chance. He has the chance, but he has lost it. You want to tell me he's gonna go to Labour Party and be the president of Nigeria? Zero. You want to go to NNPP and get the president of Nigeria? Zero. It's only this PDP that he has the chance of being the president of Nigeria. To me, he has lost it totally. He should just go back to Anambra to continue his business. He can be relevant come 2023. That is my opinion. Thank you, one man. May God bless everyone. May God bless Nigeria. Nigeria will be great again. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's Thomas. No holds bar opinion from Thomas. So no holds barred opinion from Thomas. But the other person that does not hold back are Nsibidi. Nsibidi, your words. CBD.
Yeah. You know, well, I just want to commend Peter Obi again. And it's just wonderful how people, some of us, I'm not without mentioning names to avoid personal attacks. But someone gave Peter Obi number 5 on his list, and he's saying he's disappointed. I wonder, but it's okay. What I'm going to be saying, what I'm trying to say is this: Peter Obi has done what he knows best, because we are here talking. These are the people that are involved directly with these politicians and know the inside information. Peter Obi, those are people that are in the field, that knows everything. They get all the information. So if he withdrew, or if he resigns from PDP, that's because he has proper intel about how these people are going to vote. And we have seen Donyo Kupe say it himself. So it's just common sense for him to move. And talking about integrity, that is the height of maintaining your integrity, because definitely it's a move of being maintaining your integrity and also being smart. It's a combination of both of those things, because now you're not paying that bribe to delegates and all that, and also you are not allowing the party to kill your presidential ambition. So it's a win-win for him. So let him go to another party. If it's NNPP, APC before the Buhari administration was not even, well, I don't think it was even in existence. It was just a fraction of 2 smaller parties that came together and became APC. So why is it so impossible to think that if some other few, maybe 2 or 3 other political lightweight parties come together, they won't be able to make up a third force, So it's it's a very smart move Peter Obi has made, and he should continue in that direction. And I just hope his team will continue the wonderful work they've been doing. We had we heard that you know that the guy that is in charge of his support network was speaking about the 1 million march, and when they counted, it was about 7 million people that turned out for him. So some people, whether anybody argues it or not, that's what they said. So about 7 million people turned out for him on that day of the 1 million man march. You know, because I remember sometime we were arguing here about how many people came out. So yeah, it's a very smart move he has made, maintaining his integrity and also not allowing PDP to end his presidential ambition. So it's a good thing he has done, and we're proud of him. You know.
All right, thank you, Insibidi. So thank you, Insibidi. So from Insibidi, we go on to World Peace. World Peace, you know the routine.
My country people, we don't reach the final hour. I greet now with the comment session. First of all, I greet one man. I greet the CBD, Ogajalekoko. We're not there today. The new guys, Steve, and the rest people. But quickly to Stella Odua matter, well, I won't be surprised. Almost all the way did that place not get result or not get one thing. So I'm not surprised in that space. Then to Peter Obi move where everybody want here. Well, to me, I still stand on my ground. That was a cowardice move. If I've stayed in PDP and fight it out, so people will really see that space, say, man, now money politics that they do, you know, that will give them more credit. Now he moved to wherever you want to move to. People never will see the last of the move, but just the collapse and better move he make. If at the end of the day, ATIKU can move go that party, in can go the stand for ATIKU as VP for that party, we too not go talk. No one time I say now that time I say better move. So these people, I don't trust them. Yeah, that's why I say it's politics and it's interest. So, but that move to me is not a good move for me. I see that part too. I beg everybody, thumbs up, click the like button. I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. Peace and bye-bye.
All right, thank you, World Peace. My system just went off temporarily, but I'm back on now. So thank you, World Peace. So that was World Peace who came laterly to share his thoughts about the talking points. So I don't know why I've shut myself up. Hold on. Yeah, so there it is. So thank you, World Peace. So now we land with Sonny now, a new voice to the space who comes to delight us with his knowledge about the Nigerian political space and his recommendation. Everybody that comes on, please just bear in mind what Sonny just said. They want to see your faces as well as hear your voices. We see his face and now we hear his voice. The final word to Sonny. Sunday. Yes, Sonny. Yeah,
Okay,
to you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, one man, for this opportunity. You know, whether we like it or not, we are shaping people's thoughts and we are shaping their thinking. In like I said, whether we have seen how things work. So this is where we come in. We should make them to understand that hey, things can be better. But I still stand on my take. Peter Obi made the best choice. Because let's not forget that if he had run according to the new law, if he had run and he did not clean the ticket, he will not go to any other party again. So that was what he was thinking. And now it's like a bright star, and people are going where he is going. So our people back home, we urge you to vote your conscience, make the right choice. You have heard all the aspirants, and we know what is coming. So please try to make Nigeria better, and we also will be so happy with.
Have you frozen?
And don't relent, whether you like it or not. Don't relent. You are helping people. You are making people smile, and you are informing people. We thank you so much for this platform, and God bless you.
All right, thank you. So that was Sunday. I was calling you Sunday all the way through, but Sunday is still Sunday, but that's Sunday. So Sunday now, a new voice now that joins the conversation. So hopefully we hear a lot more from you. I say that for myself. Yes. And I say that on behalf of the audience. So that's Sunday who joins us. So that has been the session. No other story really to discuss other than the bombshell, the atomic bomb that Peter Obi dropped on the Nigerian political space. So that has been the topic, a divergence of opinion. But where are we landing? Was it an act of brilliance or an act of tomfoolery? So that is a question that still subsists. If you've not been on the screen, I'm happy to hear your thoughts in the comment section because, of course, the conversation never ends on this platform. And just to the people that are new to this space, thank you for joining us. We do this every single day, and we will do it every single day until decisions are made within the Nigerian space. So this carries on, but you are welcome to come and join us at 9:35 UK time PM, and we do a shorter session round about 1:20 thereabout UK time. So it's a 2-session process. So I'm putting on the endurance. All I'm asking for is your company. Make sure that you're subscribed if you're not already. Thumb up the stream, which is to say to click on the like button. So click on the like button, because it is that clicking on the like button that has just ratcheted up the viewership. And we want to see that more and more, because what we are having at the moment is just silent whispers. With the viewership that we're getting is silent whispers, but we want to turn it into a roar. So we don't want silent whispers, we want to roar. And to roar, all you have to do to have that voice reverberate within Aso Rock, so that they say Buhari has ear problems. Maybe our noise will cure his ear problems. So just thumbing up the streaming, clicking on like and subscribe is sufficient enough for us to bank heavily, the way they were banging on Rotas Okorota's door yesterday. So we can bank heavily on Aso Rock doors just by the thumbs up and the subscription, the like button and the subscription. So do all of that and all that nicety. Haven't done all that, come join me in the comment section where the conversation never stops. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.